Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Committee of Council for September 18, 2019. We have most members of Council here. Councillor Frattini is away for illness. And Councilor Medeiros is not here yet, and we'll keep you updated if he comes. And so we're going to begin with the approval of the agenda.
So, Mr. Chair, before there are members on the board to potentially add or update the agenda, I just wish to review the changes that were published last night. In regard to today's agenda, there was an item that's listed on every agenda on government relations matters. There was advice yesterday from the Office of the CAO that there is no government relations matters update for today's meeting, so that item 5.1 should be deleted under approval of the agenda. In regard to added delegations to today's meeting, item 6.4 is an added delegation from Yvonne Squires regarding second units in Brampton. That is an as-of-right delegation because it relates to business already on the published meeting agenda. And when that item comes forward, there is a staff presentation 8.1.1 and a staff report 8.2.1. The practice of this committee has been to receive the staff presentation first before hearing delegations. As well, there is added delegation 6.5 from Bruce Marshall regarding support meaningful action on opioids crises. That relates to item 8.3.1, which is a discussion item from Councillor Williams, and that item can be brought forward at that point as well.
Right, so we will bring, if it's the will of council, we'll bring 8.1.1 forward, and we'll also bring 8.3.1 forward. So in regards to the second units and the opioid discussion. Sorry, what was the opioid discussion? Was what number?
The discussion on the opioids crisis is identified as 8.3.1 on the published agenda. It's a discussion item from Councillor Williams. Right.
So to remove, we got a couple of speakers on the board as well, but to remove 5.1, do we need somebody to move that?
A member could move that through you, Mr. Chair, during the consideration of the approval of the agenda motion after considering other changes through the members that are on the board. I just wish to point out a few other changes to today's agenda. Item 8.2.1, which is the staff report on second unit enforcement. There is an updated report to address a few minor omissions in the staff report, and that has been published online. And finally, in regards to a discussion item on today's agenda, which is identified as 10.3.1 under Community Services section regarding at the request of Councillor Williams on the biannual youth summit beginning in spring 2020. There is a presentation from the Office of the Chief Administrative Officer related to a staff initiative for a 2019 event planned for this fall that staff would like to provide as context for this discussion. And those are the changes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and we do have a list. Councillor Pileshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I put my ad on item 5.1, I wanted to talk about the GTA West corridor recent announcement of the alignment, but I guess I'm happy to delete it, and then maybe we can have that discussion at council next week. Okay. I'd like to add, in addition to the agenda, a discussion on the recent activity on the 410 this weekend, but mainly geared towards the traffic that that was caused due to the shooting on the 410 on Monday morning, actually, not the weekend. If I can have that added.
So through you, Mr. Chair, if the intent is to talk about traffic-related matters, I would recommend that it be addressed under Public Works and Engineering section as added business 9.3.2.
That's really what the discussion is going to be around. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pileshi. Councillor Santos.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. We have the Brampton Downtown BIA here today who would like to provide an update on the downtown. It shouldn't take too long, but they are here today, so I'd like to add them to the delegation list.
Mr. Chair, that would be proposed delegation 6.6.
Sorry, who's coming? for delegation?
the downtown Brampton BIA representatives.
Right. Councilor Vicente?
Thank you.
Sorry, I got you off the board. Can you add yourself again? Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to request item 8.2.4 to be placed into consent. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Oh, wait.
Yeah, so we're not at consent yet. And so I would like to add a discussion item on the FCM events, and the opportunity for Brampton to apply to host those events. And I'm not sure which
Through you, Mr.
category it
Chair,
falls under.
that would be new business under the corporate services section, and that would be identified as item 8.3.2.
Okay, so those are the agenda items added. All in favor? That carries. So that's the approval of the agenda. Number 2 is declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Does anybody have anything to declare? Nope. Moving on. Consent. Councilor Bowman.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I would like to remove item 9.2.3 and defer that to our next committee meeting on October the 2nd. I believe that's October 2nd.
Nope.
No?
We'll speak to it.
You going to speak to it?
Yeah, we can defer it after.
Happy to defer it after Councillor Pellecci speaks to it. Yep. So just removing it.
So you want to remove it from consent. So 8.2.3 to be removed.
9.2.3.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. 9.2.3. You done?
Yes, thank
All
you,
right.
sir.
Councilor Vicente? You're on the board, Councilor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry for trying to jump the queue earlier. I'd like to request item 8.2.4 and item 8.2.5
Which that was, they just
to
completed.
be moved into consent
Complete disaster. I mean, it's still a complete disaster.
with an endorsement of the recommendations for 8.2.4. And further to move item 9.2.4 and an endorsement of its recommendation and move into consent, please.
So, did you, sorry, Councilor Vicente, did you request 8.2.4 and 8.2.5 in consent?
Correct?
And I believe
That's fine. So
you
no.
don't want it in consent. So I believe Mayor Brown and Councilor Singh would like to discuss those.
Both of them?
Both of them? Yes.
Okay. And then the last one was item 9.2.4. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So you want 9.2.4 in consent? I had a question about that, if that's okay.
Then leave them out. Thank you.
So 9.2.3 right now has been requested to be put in consent, or sorry, to be removed from consent. And I believe Councilor Singh, was there one that you had as well?
9.2.2, I'd like to pull out of consent.
So 9.2.2 is the always stop on sugarcane. Any more? Done? You done?
Yep,
Right.
when everything's updated, if you could let us know so I can download
Right.
it. Thank you.
So Mayor Brown, are you off the board? Okay, got you. So far, we have 9.2.3 and 9.2.2 to be removed from consent. All in favor? That carries. There are no announcements. Sorry. 5.1 was removed, right? Okay, thank you. So we're going to begin with the delegations now. 6.1, which is regarding 6.1 regarding public notice surplus declaration and disposal of open space land, Ward 2. Your delegation? Yeah. Is there anybody here for this delegation? So we're going to bring forward, so there's nobody here to delegate on that, so we're going to bring forward 10.2.1. And we have a speaker, Councilor Pelletier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are we currently in discussions with the developer, the applicant that's just to the east of this property? Are they needing this for the construction work? Do we know? We don't know. Oh, here we go.
The easement is an external pre-servicing easement that's required to connect their development to an existing Region of Peel sanitary line.
Okay, so it's our land, it's the region's pipes, and the developer needs it for their development.
Through your chair, that is correct, yes.
Do we know how much we're getting for this piece of property? Or how much
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is a related closed session item on this for closed session consideration
okay, I can ask
that deals with
question.
value.
I have other questions, but I need to know the price tag first. So I'm happy to bring it forward, move it, and then I'll discuss the in-camera portion in camera. Thank you.
So Councilor Pelletier's moved the recommendations in the report. All in favor? Then we should get some hands up. That carries. So we're going to move on to 6.2, the delegation from Max Kasman in regards to rental costs for charitable events in Brampton. Welcome, Max, and you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I did send in a PowerPoint. Oh, there it is. You're going to have to hold on with me. I'm here on behalf of my charity. I'm the president of it. We are a local charity in Brampton. We do work only in Brampton. We do not subsidize anyone outside of the area. Right now, we subsidize programs in the hospital, the kidney unit, as well as the pediatric ward. We have, at this point, patients from the Brampton hospitals in an active living program. We are the only one in Canada and we fund it totally. It's not funded by any other means. And that basically is just started yesterday. We have 50 participants over 3 sessions, and the cost to them is $0. The active living program itself is for patients who are on dialysis, who need exercise. So we have trainers, we have kinesiologists on, and they are usually a ratio of 3 people to 1, and that happens during Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday sessions. Because of the costs involved, we are looking for funding all the time. We do funding for this program as well, the Billy Blanket, which is for the prenatal units. Again, no funds come from the government for any of these projects, and we were so far in our 4-year program, we've got 2 in, and at the cost of $5,500 each, it's very expensive. So we are looking at trying to find out how we can save costs. It used to be at one point we could ask for a grant to offset costs of rentals. That has changed. So in the past few years, we have looked at making changes to how we do our funding. One of the ones we looked at is we go to the, bingo. Bingo funds pay for a lot of these items, but we're only a 6-member team. So my time is almost out. No, I only got 6 seconds on it, so that's perfect. So we're looking also at this machine. This machine is over $22,000. When we started our program, they had one for over 400 patients. And as you know, being on dialysis for 4 or 5 hours a day, trying to find a vein is almost impossible for some people. So they've come up with this machine, and this is the Sono machine, and I'm just going to play it and talk over it. The nurse right now is using the device, and that circle in the middle of the video screen is the vein. So as you can see, this person already has been numerous times. You can see some bruising, but it is a lot worse for a lot of other people who don't get this machine. So we have purchased one already. We are looking at purchasing our second one, and they have 2 right now, both of them from us. So when she finds the vein, and it's going to get a little gory, not really, she puts in the needle, and you can see that on the screen, the needle goes right into the vein. It'll be there in just a second. So there it is. So now she has the vein to put it in. So what are we looking for? Our cost right now, as of last year, was $3,600 to rent spaces, whether it be the Wellness Center, where we hold our active living program, Baseball Diamonds, and or the Rose Theater. In the past, we were able to get approximately $1,500 back through programs. Right now, we can't. What I'm looking for, if there's a way that a foundation like ours is totally charitable with the funds going right to the residents in our area, how can we cut those funds out so that we can use that money and put it right back into the programs we are running? Some of the other programs we have done, we've assisted Autism Ontario in the region area. We send children from our area to dialysis camps, families to dialysis camps. And as you know, funds sometimes get harder to make because everybody has a charity. We are local. We are 6 members. Our finances last year to run it was $485. That was for paper, printing, stamps, and that's it. We don't pay anybody, and our meetings are at my house, which is very nice and cheap. So, as I said, we are very local. We are hoping that we can look at getting reduction for charities. Free is better, but I know that is not always the case. So that's where we're coming from, and I don't want to take up much more of your time, but thank you very much, and hopefully we can get some help.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We do have some speakers on the board. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Max, for coming. And we participated in a few kidney walks together at Locust Lake, and this
Which is
one,
next
as you
week.
know, is near and dear to my heart because my father was on dialysis for many years, and I witnessed firsthand the bruising and the pain that they were going through without having a machine like this. And you know, diabetes is a terrible, terrible disease, and it puts a lot of people on dialysis. We have one of the best dialysis units here in Brampton, at Brampton Civic, or is it at Peel Memorial now?
It's they're both.
Yes.
They have a small unit at the memorial site, but the big one is at the Civic, and it is the largest in Ontario, almost on Canada.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and I know we're proud of that. We wish that we didn't have to have one that big, but I understand and I get what you're saying here, and you know, I always ask for charitable organizations to be able to work with us, and I find a lot of the charitable organizations are able to. They're flexible in their schedule, and they can change things around that suit the need of the city of Brampton, because we have our facilities. Our facilities are out for the residents of Brampton, and you're a resident of Brampton, and the charity is also that of Brampton. So I'm happy to defer this back to staff or refer it back to staff I'll wait and hold that referral till after Mayor Brown speaks, for staff to come back with opportunities for us to be able to work with organizations like this. And you know, maybe it's not financially, but maybe it is, I say everything's financially, but in terms of in-kind support or, you know, organizational opportunities for us to be flexible with our facilities and with some of the items that you need from us and that we can help with. So I'm happy to hold that referral until after Mayor Brown speaks. Thanks again, Matt.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon, and first of all, thank you for your initiative. It takes a lot of effort to organize these fundraisers, and we're fortunate in Brampton we have so many groups that are going out of their way to raise funds for important causes, and I know that you've got a council that's eager to get involved. I think every weekend we're probably at least 5 or 10 charity functions and look at ways to help promote, help raise awareness. And I look forward to the staff report as well that Councillor Paleshi will move so we can find out if there are ways that we can be supportive. Are a number of the people that help out in your organization, are they seniors? Because we do have a special rate for seniors.
Well, I am. I would say that most of our group is, that there's 6 of us and 4 of us are seniors.
Yeah, and that's why I suspect is in my family I have a nephrologist, and so I know obviously this is something that affects a lot of seniors, and maybe that's a route in which we could be supportive, and but I'm sure the staff report can examine that, but that may create an opportunity.
Just to add on to that, the active living program itself, the participants, 90% are seniors.
90%.
But in the dialysis units, it's maybe 60%. Because it's getting lower, but our group
is 90%. And Councillor Fertini, who's not here today, but earlier this year did a motion on trying to have make it easier for seniors to use our facilities, and so that may be a method that works.
That'd be great. Any help you can get. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation.
Both at the same time.
So we're going to move, so Councillor Paleshi has moved the referral back to staff, and so he also moves receipt of the delegation. All in favor? That carries. Thank you. Next delegation is from Ted Brown, CEO, Regeneration Outreach Community, in regards to a few issues: affordable housing, making downtown safe, initiation to serve Thanksgiving meal, regeneration thrift store, and regeneration work at the downtown core. Welcome, Ted, and you guys got 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask you for a few extra moments as well, to just share it with council.
No worries. Moved by Councilor Santos. All in favor? Carries.
Thank you. I do want to thank you this morning for the opportunity to share with you. I also have with me Jenna Dewsbury, our Director of Operations, with us as well, and she will talk on a couple of the agenda items. I want to start by saying that I've been a resident of the City of Brampton for 36 years. My wife has lived here for 53. We are Brampton proud. Love that statement. Mahatma Gandhi is often quoted as saying, "A nation's greatness is measured by how it treats its weakest members." I want to repeat that for you. A nation's greatness is measured by how it treats its weakest members. And I'd like to throw in a city's greatness is measured by how it treats its weakest members. There's also an ancient proverb that states, "Speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves, for the rights of all who are destitute. Speak up and judge fairly, defend the rights of the poor and needy." Many of the world's religions have a key tenet within their faith to care well for those in need, especially the poor and disenfranchised. The old adage that comes to mind is treat others like the way you would want to be treated. I believe that it is imperative as a council that this be part of your DNA in all the decisions that you make for our amazing city. Jenna and I are here representing some of the weakest and most disenfranchised citizens of our city. We are here to speak up on their behalf and are asking you to join us in doing so. There was a point in time count that happened in the Region Appeal over a 3-day period in April of 2018. The results showed that 922 people were found to be experiencing homelessness in the Region Appeal on one particular night, but the point in time count happened over 3 days. 34% of those women identified or 32% of these people identified as women, 23% identified as youth. 32% of the respondents were experiencing chronic homelessness. That means that for at least 6 months in the previous year, they were homeless. I encourage you to get a copy of this. It should have been given out at council, I would imagine, the regional council. But if you haven't got this document from the Region Appeal, you need to get it and inform yourself of what's happening here in our area, in our region, in our city. There's a lot of important information to help you in making decisions about what happens here in our city. The need has not diminished, and it continues to grow. As a matter of fact, we have the Marigold Hotel just down the road at Queen and Kennedy that is now acting as a shelter for a number of refugee families that are either moved in or moving in over the next little while. I believe the number is 50 families. This adds to the issues of poverty in our city. Regeneration works with many of the most vulnerable in our city. We serve those who are homeless, those at risk of homelessness, and those living in extreme poverty. We seem to be on track this year to serving over 60,000 meals just a few blocks from here. We also provide many wraparound services for the people in need. Some of these services include guidance in helping to find housing, which is almost an impossible task in our city today with 0% vacancy rates. Yet we were able to, in the last year and a half, to house 18 individuals. We have some medical services provided by the Peel Outreach Team, chiropractors, nurse practitioner, and the Bloom Clinic, which brings support around hepatitis C. We have an addiction worker from Canadian Mental Health Association that provides counsel. I'd like Jenna to take a moment and share about some of the guests that we serve.
So I just wanted to give you guys some information about the people that we serve, put a human perspective on the faces that you guys see downtown. So one of our guests when she was 12, was brought into human trafficking. Through that, she became an addict. When she got out of the human trafficking situation, she started becoming a prostitute to feed her addiction. She was coming through our doors on a regular basis for at least 4 or 5 years. She was always welcome. She always came in after hours sometimes just to get a hug, a warm smile, knowing that she was loved. Last year, she came to us and she was ready for a change. We helped her get into rehab. Today, she is 15 months clean and is graduating from a year-long rehab program. We have another guest who passed away in June. He was divorced about 10 years ago. He had no family. He had no support. He was living in a room, and that was all he had. And we were his community, and we were his family. It helped with his loneliness. He suffered from depression. He was diagnosed with a terminal cancer. He had no support. He didn't really understand going to doctor's appointments. It was all very overwhelming to walk through that journey by himself. We walked through it with him. We got him into Bethel Hospice, and we visited him every day. For this last week of his life, we were there 24 hours a day. We have a gentleman that is currently coming in who was, within 4 months of time, he lost both of his parents, and his wife left him. He started using alcohol. When that became not enough, he started using opiates. Before this time, he was a successful business owner. He owned his own construction company. He was able to manage it for 2 years before he lost everything. So he's been coming in for breakfast. We have been supporting him through everything. The other week he said he would be dead if it weren't for us. And now he has a stable job. He is still using, but he is able to, he just found a new place to live, and he is working on his addiction and getting supports around that through other programs that we offer. I also just wanted to bring up our relationship with the Peel Regional Police and the Brampton Security. We're currently sitting on a committee with the downtown stakeholders. So all the agencies that work with this community in the downtown, along with the BIA, sit on this committee that's headed by the Community Liaison Officer at Peel Regional Police. And we also have the Brampton Security coming in regularly, building relationships with our guests. And I think that's made a huge difference, not only in our guests' lives, but also in the downtown. Our numbers have gone up. Our homelessness in the city has gone up. We would say about 30% of the people that we are serving are homeless, and the crisis levels have gone up. However, the drug use, the aggression, the violence has not gone up at Regen. We have actually seen a decrease in numbers of police calls that we've had to make, a decrease in number of needles that we've had to pick up, and I think that is because of the relationship that we've built with our guests.
So the reality of what we do is we do care for, the most vulnerable really in our city. And we know that we have been accused of a few things by some of the business owners down here, that we are the problem down here. And that I've heard even as far as going that we are the root of all the problems in the downtown core. Some of you have received multiple complaints from the same business owners who point the finger at us. We have an open invitation for any business owner to come through our doors to see what we do. We do not condone illegal activity. We care for people. We deal with issues that arise when they arise. If illegal activity happens, people who are doing illegal activity are not allowed in our place. We ban them for a week to give them consequences for their behavior. And we have made this invitation to some of the more vocal business owners, and unfortunately they have no desire to come through our doors. And I think that's really unfortunate to see how we really are helping people. And we're doing that 365 days a year. These are citizens of Brampton. They are troubled citizens of Brampton. And I implore you to never forget who they are as a council. To never forget.
Ted, you got about 1 minute left.
Okay. So we have an open invitation for council to come and visit us. Everybody is welcome. I want to even go one step further and invite you to our Thanksgiving meal that we'll serve probably 150 people. We're actually doing that on October the 5th at 4 o'clock. And I want to invite council, and if you've got a spouse, to invite your spouse to come as well and help us serve some of the most vulnerable in our city. And encourage you to do that. You can send me an email. Most of you have it anyways. I'd also like to talk briefly about a decision that was made or something, and I'll refer to CW 282-2018. I'll say that again, CW 282-2018. It was something that was discussed in a committee of council in September of 2018. And it was that staff be directed to enter into discussions with Regeneration Outreach Community regarding the city-owned Rotary House property for the potential use as affordable housing to be developed into partnership with the Region of Peel and report thereon to a future meeting of council. Nothing's happened in over a year. And I'm bringing that back before you to ask that something be done. Part of the issue that we have in the downtown core is nobody has a place to go, a place to call home. That's why you see the volume of people. It's not because they have the desire to be here. It's because they have a place that we're giving them support, but they have no place. And even the people with housing in the downtown core, if you have visited some of those houses, and I encourage you to do that, imagine living your life in a 9-by-9 room, and that's your existence. All of us come out of homes probably this morning where we had a nice warm bed and breakfast. These people don't. And I implore you again, make sure you don't forget them in the decision.
Thanks, Ted.
And then
So,
one more final thing, sorry,
Right.
and I'll shut up.
no worries.
We have just started a thrift store called Regeneration Thrift Store at 253 Queen Street East in Brampton. This thrift store is solely purposed to support the work that we do for the citizens of Brampton who find themselves most disenfranchised. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And we do have a list, and we're going to begin with Councillor Santos.
Thank you through you, Chair. Thank you, Ted and Jenna, for coming in today, and happy to receive the delegation as well. We attended the open house this past Saturday, and many of us have attended the coldest night of the year, as well as serving breakfast. I know that city staff have been serving breakfast, and we appreciate all the work that Regeneration is doing in the community. Can you share with us, and I actually would love to extend the invitation to serving breakfast to the downtown BIA, and we'd be happy to be there with you when the time comes. Can you just share with us from the safety perspective the benefit of building those relationships with your guests in the community as it relates to safety?
I'll let Jenna speak on that.
I think when people have an understanding of the situations that a lot of the people that are causing difficulties are going through, and approaching them with a respect and approaching it with a different mindset, I think that is huge. I know for us, having relationships, when I first started, a lot of our guests didn't really know me, so trying to deal with the situations were a little bit more difficult. But as those relationships built and I saw different sides of people, it was a lot easier to approach things. I think because we know that we see all sides of who they are, and who they are, that is not just their mental health, not just their addiction, not just their poverty that they're going through. We've seen a decrease in issues because of those relationships.
And I would add that probably perhaps those relationships also decrease the stigma or the misperception with relation to safety in the downtown core as well. My other question is, have you seen a spike of folks from outside of Brampton, or new folks coming in as guests at Regeneration who are perhaps from other municipalities?
Yes, definitely. A lot of people I've seen from Barrie, from London, some from Toronto have been coming through our doors. I think with the bus terminal right downtown, and it's easily accessible. It's right outside the GTA. I think some people find Toronto very intimidating, and we have supports for people. We need more, but we have them, and I think people see that.
Okay, thank you very much. Those were my questions. There's a long list.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jenna. Thank you, Pastor Ted, for coming. This is a very, very deep-rooted problem that a lot of people just don't get. They don't understand it. I've been working with Regen for a little while now. I have been there. My son and I went there and actually made a dinner and fed, I guess it was about 140 people that day. And when you get the chance to sit down and talk to these people and hear their stories and hear where they come from, it's totally different than, the impression you get when you drive by a store and you see 4 or 5 of them sitting in front of a store chatting. Somebody said something to me just 2 days ago that really disgusted me, and it had to do with this downtown core, and that was, when you continue to feed a wild animal, they keep coming back. And that was in reference to, feeding the homeless people here. That's just simply not the case. These people do not want to be here. They don't want to be where they are. And if we're doing a service for the downtown, for all of Brampton, we've got to look at places like Grace United where it is close to bus terminals, where it is close to help, where it is close to people and places that can be of assistance to these people. You can't just say, well, why don't we move the food bank out here? Because then nobody's able to get there. Nobody's able to take advantage of it. You guys are doing phenomenal work in the downtown. We appreciate it, and I will ask the CAO, because it was my motion that we put forward to look at the Rotary property. If at some point we can look at that. I'm not asking anything now, Al, but it has been a year since we did discuss that, so.
I'm prepared to give an update if you'd like.
Oh, certainly, thank you.
And to Mr. Brown, I know the group, and they do a fabulous job. So staff have been working on looking at access properties, including the Rotary House property. We have been in discussions with the Region Appeal. We were waiting for the region to complete their housing master plan, which has now been completed. We're now waiting simply for the results of the regional governance review and those recommendations, and then we will be coming back to council with some recommendations following that in conjunction with our work that we've been doing with our regional colleagues.
Okay,
So
thank
it
you
is
very
coming.
much.
There has been work being done.
Okay.
Yeah. And through you, Mr. Chair, I would just like to invite everybody over to go see the Regen thrift store. Not only to see it, but to volunteer some time to help sort through stuff there, help stock the shelves. I've been there on numerous occasions, and you guys just can't keep stuff on the shelf. I don't know whether that means your prices are too low or whether you're getting some really good stuff donated, but I thank you for doing that, and you will see me October 5th.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mayor Brown. Oops, sorry, let me get John. There you go.
Now, okay. Thank you, Councillor Dillon, and thank you, Ted, for being here. And I'm glad you're here today because obviously there's been an alarm with some of the activity in the downtown, and you're right. I think council members have been receiving phone calls, and the same quote that Councillor Bowman mentioned, I've heard that a few times, and I thought how you started your presentation was so appropriate. You said that about measuring a nation's success, a city's success, and how you take care of your most vulnerable members. And some of the phone calls that we get are saying, why is Regen in the downtown? And so maybe use this as an opportunity to highlight why it's important for you to be in the downtown.
I think there's several reasons. One is with the number of rooming houses in the particular downtown core, there is a lot of people who are in desperate need right here, and that would be number one reason, is because of that, because of the access to transportation for people as well that need to access maybe some other services that may not be right here. But I think primarily the people that are living, that have rooming houses, this is where the bulk of them are, right? I don't know if Jenna wants to add to that as well.
Yeah, I think that, like Ted said, a lot of people, even if the downtown is still a thrive, like we want all community members to be coming downtown. And I think with the Garden Square there, with Gage Park, with the bus terminal, people are going to be downtown no matter what their income level is, and that's going to continue to happen. So I think accessing services needs to be very accessible for people, or they won't access them. And most people do live in the downtown core. We had a map up this summer, and people were either where they sleep or where they're living, and the majority of them are within a 15-minute walk of the downtown.
And would that be pretty common for other municipalities? Like you want the help to be where it's needed, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and is there anything additional that you think that we could be doing to help? I'm glad that Councillor Bowman referenced the motion that was passed last year, but obviously there's a need, and I've had the chance to come and see firsthand. Obviously there's an overwhelming need. Are there people that you have to turn away? Are there? Do you have the resources to meet your challenge?
Part of the reason why we've started a thrift store is regional government, and we have never really received a proper reason as to why funding, one of the funds that we get, like our budget is approaching $1 million a year. Over 2018 and 2019, we've received $163,000 from regional government each of those years to help us with our administration costs, some rent costs, those kinds of things, our audits, and and those kind of fees, that we found out this summer that will be reduced down to a maximum of $100,000. That's a $63,000 hit with just one fund alone. That is going to, unless the thrift store, and we believe the thrift store is going to help us get replenish that money, but that's a $63,000 hit. We don't pay people $63,000 a year, so that's more than one staff position gone. And if we don't generate that income, we're going to be in a bit of trouble.
And was that part of the provincial?
CIP, Community Investment Plan.
Yeah, was that part of the provincial curtailment to the region?
Yeah.
Well, those are sort of the questions that regional councils we can ask at our next regional council. So that's very. Maybe if you could send us a copy of that reduction, we can ask it at the region.
Yeah. So that's one fund. There's another one that's federal money we know coming down through the region. It's a new program in the last year, and it's called Reaching Home Now. And so they have funded to the tune of about $140,000 for a number of different positions in some of our support services. And we found out recently that we got a 6-month extension. It runs on the federal fiscal calendar, and we have no guarantee, and we've already been, in essence, told that we probably are not going to get the money past April 1st next year. We have that funding through to the end of March 2020, but that's another $140,000 hit that we don't know whether we're going to get it or not. And that is a massive problem for us, because that pays for, social service work, that pays for chefs that help us to put proper food on the plate, that pays for some of our rent and around our services that we provide. And for me, as the CEO of this organization, a $200,000 hit, that's a 20% reduction.
How do you plan, right?
And how do we plan? And we're hoping that thrift store is going to just launch through the roof and help us.
Well, maybe we can, in our city election debate, we can ask those questions to the federal candidates of how they're going to support those in need in our community, and give this as an example, because how can you budget on a 6-month cycle? The last question I had is, right now the Peel Police are looking at ways to maybe adopt the Hamilton model when it comes to mental health. You can't criminalize mental health, and it's about having the right touch points. You would see it firsthand of the people that you're helping. Is there a fair amount of mental health issues as well?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, mental health is I would say, from depression to more severe schizophrenia, I would say about 70% of our guests have
70%
of our depression would be the leading mental health.
70%. So if we adopt the Hamilton model, where you're having a mental health worker really on the forefront in advance of any necessary police work, that would make a big difference in the downtown, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's one of the big issues we have in getting people, if we have a mental health, a serious mental health issue, and we invite I still go by Coast, what's it called? Where they will bring police.
It's currently Coast, yeah.
And a mental health worker in. They're not always available, for one thing. But then even if we have them come in and attend, and they take them to the hospital, they're back out on the street within hours, right? The whole system is broken, and there's a huge lack of mental health help out there. So it's a massive issue.
No, thank you for sharing that.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Councilman Medeiros.
Thank you, Ted. I guess more to staff. If I recall, we did pass a motion, and it was to look at the Rotary House property. As one of the area councillors, I do believe staff did brief me in terms of it not being an appropriate location or a location. And after second, there was the dilemma with this is usually something the region would be responsible because it's under their mandate. And we made a political decision to have direct staff. So I recall that. So I'm not sure if there's been broken telephone for the last year, but maybe I know that you briefed me on the location, and I remember there was other staff there, and I'm not sure if Councillor Bowman was or not, but I do know there was, we did follow up, but I'm not sure after what was communicated.
Through the chair, that's correct. So staff did do some preliminary analysis on the site. We haven't ruled it out completely. We've talked to the Region of Peel in regards to priorities for Brampton. And what we're waiting to see now is the results of the regional governance, and then we will be bringing back a report to council shortly. And what we've done is sort of put together an entire sort of overview of potentially surplus properties that the city owns that could be used for social purposes, such as this. It could be battered for a safe house for battered women. It could be a whole bunch of different things that we're looking at based on what the region has done in terms of prioritization, and then we're going to be bringing that forward to council for consideration and further direction. So that is on our radar, and we're looking at all potential possibilities.
And I guess through the chair, just in broad, because I know I've been contacted as the chair of Human Services, we're looking at youth facilities, a youth shelter, a permanent location. And again, they're looking at some City of Brampton property. So I guess this is one of the challenges that we're having as a municipality, and I guess regional governance will let us know, is that we have these properties, we have all these community groups who require space. Then we have, I guess, their social needs, and we know housing is a huge issue in our region. And then after, frankly, we have commercial value to a lot of these properties as well, which are strategic. And Victoria Park was an example which we decided to bring to a community center. So I think broadly there has to be, maybe during budget exercises or during our budget deliberations, really look at this whole situation in a thoughtful manner, because we're really entering into new business lines. Regardless and understanding there's a need, but again, then we're overstepping our reach, and we're going to enter into a new line of business that I don't think we're prepared for. And then we have the finances of the city. But I think with regional governance and what they do with it, they'll bring some clarity on how we move forward. So I do thank your work, Al, on this, and Ted will definitely be on this, and as Councillor Bowman, who's a very passionate supporter, I'm sure he will be on top of this, and we'll ensure that we try to work and find a solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Paleski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for coming. Ted, so right now the region has, Region of Peel has their two, I don't know if it's two or one thrift store, the one on Chrysler, and I think there's a drop-off center at Heart Lake, but I don't know if there's an actual store there or not. Have you had any discussions with the region to, I'm not sure where you get your items for sale. I'm assuming that it's strictly donations.
Yep.
Have you ever had a discussion with them to see if we can have some kind of collaboration between, items of interest and see if we can?
We haven't. Like the timeline that we had for opening this thrift store was something that was very quick. I've done 3 years of research around it. We secured the property on June 29th, I think it was, and we opened August 30th after tearing 300 flea market booths out of the place. So as the stuff has just come and come and come.
Okay, so we don't have an issue with
at this point we do, but I would be more than willing to have that discussion with whoever that might be.
Okay, so I'd be happy to ask the region to reach out and to have that discussion with you. I don't recall why Goodwill kind of went belly up, but I worry that kind of the industry is hurting. So when you said that you're opening up a thrift store, I kind of said, well, Goodwill, they didn't last. So how well are you going to do, right?
Well, I'll tell you, in the first 2 weeks, I wouldn't want this publicized or anything, but we've done $18,000 in business in 2 weeks. And it's been steady every day, and that's without us doing any advertising. We've done really a soft launch of it, and we're only open Tuesday to Saturday, no evenings. So
I think you should go in front of the Dragon Standards.
Yeah.
What about, let's talk a little bit more about this, about mental health. And I hate using the word mental health. It puts people in a box, and we're talking about multiple diseases here. We're not talking about one disease that's in the box of mental health. Do you have anybody on staff currently that is a psychotherapist or a psychologist, or what kind of whomever is handling and supporting somebody that has this disease, or one of them, what kind of background, what kind of schooling do they have?
I'll let Jen answer that. Yeah.
So we have 3 social service workers on staff. So they're trained, including myself, they're trained more in dealing with the day-to-day, less clinical, so more frontline is what they're trained in. And we've had a psychotherapist volunteer, and we're working on a few other options for volunteer work because, as you know, they're very expensive, so we don't have the funding to hire someone like that. And then we do pull from other agencies. We try to be kind of a community hub. So we have social workers from the Peel Outreach Team, social workers from the Bloom Clinic, the addiction counselor, and other Park comes in on a regular basis to meet with their clients, which is another addiction resource. So we pull from other agencies, and they use our space and to meet with their guests, their clients, because they know that's where to find them.
Yep.
And it's an easy location to get to, and yeah.
I was listening
If
very
we could
carefully.
find the funding to do that.
I'm sorry, Ted?
I said if we could find the funding to do that, we would hire the appropriate person, but we're talking a tremendous amount of money to hire somebody. So.
I was listening very carefully to in some of your partners. Is Peel HIV/AIDS and Addiction one of your partners?
So I work with them a little bit. They don't come in on a regular basis, but we do have a connection with them. Yeah, and we refer out to them on a regular basis as well.
If I could just
Yeah.
jump in with regard to them, they do a good work. Part of our philosophy on how we do things is we will not allow condoms, needles, or crack pipes to be distributed in our place. We're trying to help people get off of that stuff, right? So we just do not allow it. So they will come in occasionally and meet with people, but yeah.
And they've used our location to do surveys and different things like that. One of their outreach workers has reached out to me and wants to come in, knowing that we don't do that, just to do some relationship building, but that hasn't happened yet.
I guess one of my last questions before I make some comments. What about any doctors? Do you have doctors that come and volunteer their time?
We have a nurse practitioner that comes in every Wednesday to volunteer his time.
But that nurse cannot write.
Nurse practitioners can. Yes,
write.
yes,
Okay.
they can, and they
Okay.
do. They also have a connection with the pharmacy to help people who, if they don't necessarily have a health card right away or have to pay for medication, the pharmacy has agreed to give, they have a fund there that they're helping get medication for our guests.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other thing that we have is we've been working on, and they've been in occasionally, but we're working with McMaster University and Brampton Civic for.
Yeah, so with the nurse practitioner, once a month, we have residents come in to help their learning process and learning with a more vulnerable population and how the complex issues that come from that.
Okay.
Yes. And then we also support people in going to doctor's appointments, hospitals, and all of that kind of stuff as well.
Okay, so I think we have a little bit of homework to do in terms of going to the region and seeing what more we can get for assistance. I'd like to see. I love the work Peel HIV/AIDS and Addiction does. I'd love to see that relationship strengthen, and they have some great people there. I find.
Oh yeah.
I'd love to see them coming in and helping out. We're going to have a discussion with the region on the thrift possibilities and how we're able to support. And maybe I'll just ask them to reach out to you, and if you can double back after that discussion. I think we also need to go to the region of Peel and request some additional funding for some type of psychologist or somebody that can handle some of these diseases and maybe a full-time staff member. I think that's a request that needs to come out of Brampton to the region. So I'll have a discussion with colleagues and see how we want to handle that.
That'd be wonderful.
But again, thank you very much. And just to the comment of business owners that don't want you here, I'm happy to say we don't want them here. Thank you.
Thank you.
We want you here. We want them to be here, but we want everybody to be cordial with each other, business and you guys. So we appreciate that. And so, Councilor Pelletier, do you want to move receipt? Sorry, Councilor Santos moved receipt. All in favor? Carries. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you for coming. So we're going to move on to the next delegation. So Yvonne, here Yvonne, just hang out for 1 minute. So we're going to bring the staff presentation first. So they're going to do their presentation. Then we're going to get you to come and delegate. Does that sound good? Okay, so we're going to bring forward 8.1.1, Director of Enforcement Paul Morrison, regarding the second unit information report.
Here today. Before I start, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge some other people in the room. Although this is a report provided to you by Enforcement Bylaw, we have our partners in public safety, and this is a public safety issue. We have the fire department, our fire service here, Andrew Van Holt helping us out here. We have buildings, which is Rick Kennard and his group helping us out. And I always have my stalwart John Avbar, who's been with the city for many years. This report is a culmination of their work and efforts. So I'd like to start with a little bit of background for you. So in 2015, the council at that time had a bylaw come into effect, and it was the registration of secondary units. It was followed up in 2017 by an approval of a second unit task force. That was born out of a scan where we looked at how effective we were in enforcement bylaw in addressing the issues and the problems that were coming out of secondary units. At that time, I can tell you that we had about 10% of our complaints to property standards were secondary units, and we thought that was high. So for a group of 20 people at a time, they were handling quite a few of the property standards complaints, but they were starting to address the secondary units. In July of 2018, we were able to implement the secondary unit task force, and that came from the council motion back in earlier in the year, or in the fall of 2017. It took 6 months to get it up and running because we had to staff the unit, get it equipped, et cetera, and get it trained. In July 2018, we actually put the boots to ground, and we started looking at secondary units, the illegal units that were out there. And I can tell you, as of 30th of July 2019, we now have 22% of our property standards calls are secondary unit issues. So it's gone up significantly. The secondary unit task force was a collaboration between enforcement, building, fire, and prosecutions. Once again, it was from council, but I can tell you, Councillor Bowman, as he sits here, it was probably the biggest supporter of it, and he continues to keep me, my compass true on following through on what we said we would do on the task force. So thank you to him. We have a team there. It's a team approach, and it's 4 property standards officers, 1 supervisor of our unit on our side, an enforcement clerk who does the paperwork for us, 4 building inspectors under Rick Kennard, and 2 fire prevention officers under Andrew. We also have great support from our prosecutor's office, Diana Seuss. Without her, we wouldn't be able to accomplish half of what we do, and her prosecutors at court. We've noticed a large increase in complaints throughout the year, and the number of charges laid since January is 4,625 since January of 2018, significant number of complaints. That's a 770% increase since 2015. We are very active when it comes to public awareness with this. We want to gain compliance from the community, and when we don't gain compliance, we want to, through education, we want to do it through enforcement. So this has been a real critical piece for us, and I can tell you Suda Hamad from Strategic Communications has been an asset to us in the sense that we are trying to get our message out. We repeatedly go on to the radio programs, news programs, print programs. We do personal presentations. So we are out in the community making people aware that the secondary units that are not registered and not safe are not tolerated. We have an investigative process. Out. So we really receive our complaints through the public. We get a large number of those. We get them through city departments, including fire, and Andrew will talk to you in a moment about that. And we do some proactive enforcement when we're out there. And really, once again, it's just to bring in into the public safety perspective. When we do proactive enforcements, it'll be an example such as we go for a weed or a long grass complaint, and then we'll see multiple cars in the driveway. We'll see a lot of garbage or at the side of the house. We'll see maybe 2 or 3 doorbells on a wall. So those are indicators for us that there may be a secondary unit. We start the groundwork at that point. That's our investigative process, and it can be lengthy. We can go from doing a quick turnaround of a 2 or 3 day complaint for a secondary unit, and some of these can take up to a year and 2 years. So it depends on the complexity of the investigation. We do site visits. We talk to residents. We talk to neighbors. We talk to the owners. And then we also look at the right of entry. We ask to be allowed in, to look at the premise to make sure it's safe. And where we're not allowed in, we have the ability to go back and get a search warrant to go in and inspect the property. And then we start our enforcement piece. That's the documentation of everything we've done to that point. And if we see the infractions, we charge for the infractions. So the highlights, things that have come out of this that we have noticed, individuals or organizations, there's a lot of people owning multiple properties out there, and many with illegal units within them, sometimes 2, 3, and 4, and upwards of that in the occupancy. We've seen a significant increase in the residential properties being converted, and that's not only the $400,000, $300,000, $200,000 residential properties. We've seen the $1 million, the $1.5 million, the $1.7 million residential properties also be converted into secondary units or lodging homes. We've looked internally on how we can approach this problem, and we've streamlined our own processes, our investigative process, our disclosure process. So we want to make this a more quicker procedure than we've had in the past. Interesting, to get into places, we've seen a decrease in number of denials for when we go in there. But when we do get a denial, we have another feature, and it's called the search warrant. So we can apply for search warrants and go in under those powers. And we take police with us, we take locksmiths, we take building officials, we take fire on occasion, or we call fire in when we see violations. And I can tell you between 1990, in the early 90s, we did 1 search warrant. And then we didn't do anything else up to 2017 in the way of search warrants. Since then, we've done 21 search warrants. And almost half of those are in partnership with the buildings department. So we are gaining access. And we'll talk about that a little bit later on, the importance of that. I'm going to ask Andrew just to address this slide, if you don't mind.
Morning, everyone. Through the chair. So Fire and Emergency Services, when we attend any fire call, this information gets put into our CAD system, and we run a weekly report, where it scans through for second units, where the second unit's been identified. We take that report and we review it ourselves and make sure we go through to check to see if it's already registered. If there's any smoke or CO complaints tied to it, fire will deal with it, and then we send that report over to bylaws to enforce, to inspect those second units if they are. We treat them as possible second units. So they're going there to verify that it is a second unit. If it is a second unit, they will enact through the legislation. So the last year, well, since 2018, we have attended, Fire Alone has attended, and through our legislation, through the FPPA, we have attended 170 complaints to regards to boarding, lodging, rooming, and a lot of those come from these complaints that are initiated through to enforcement, come back to us. So working with our partners on that program, we ensuring that we're also attending those to make sure that, you know, we look at the fire safety aspect of it. We will issue orders, and for the most part, we are getting compliance. But again, they do reoccur again, and as soon as we get compliance, they're putting them back in down the road. So where we find a second time where we get that complaint, we'll ask for prosecution on those properties. So working with our partners on this initiative, where it seems to be getting some better efficiency at working together at dealing with some of these issues that are resolving.
So some common things that we see out there when we look for a secondary unit. So you can see in this first photograph, you can see this is now a parking issue that sort of leads us to believe there's a secondary unit there. Traditionally, you'll see 4 cars in that driveway. You'll see one between the far left SUV and the one in the driveway, and then in the next photo, you'll see that there is an additional parking spot on that lawn closer to the corner. So you're looking at upwards of 7 cars parked in front of that home. So we have other bylaws that helped us. We introduced the park and landscape last year, and you could see I think in our first 6 months we were well over 400 or 500 charges just for that alone. So we have some other tools we address in a lesser fashion secondary units, and if it doesn't hit home, then we'll start employing some more. So that's a significant one for us, or within the city. We get a lot of complaints like that. You can see here's another one. Typically there will be 4 cars in the driveway here and 2 cars on the front lawn. One on the left, one on the right side of the rock. We have other photos that I'm not going to show you. I can show you where they park like this, and where they can't get out, where there's somebody behind them, they will just drive across the neighbor's front lawn and down their driveway and leave. So good examples of the complaints we have come in. This is sort of the damage that occurs when you see it, when they're parked half on landscape, half on driveway. Bit of the garbage that accumulates out when you have more than one unit within the house. Typically, this is when we may have 2 or 3 families living, or 2 or 3 units within the home. And this is another example of it aside. I mean, we're responsible for the garbage under property standards until it hits the curb, and then when it's in their orderly fashion, the curb region picks it up. But we do assess this, and we do charge for this. You can see here, this is a multiple unit. This is a single-family dwelling, or single detached home, sorry, John. Single detached home. You can see on the right-hand side, it has 4 buzzers. And this is a basement. So we anticipated there would be 4 units, or 3 or 4 units in there. We go in there and we'll find 3 or 4 units within a basement of a house. So a bit of an indicator for us. This one's a little bit more bizarre. This is a front porch where the homeowner, or the owner of the home, has decided to cut a stairwell into the fruit cellar or the cold cellar, and that's the access for one of the secondary units in the basement. You can see there's no railings there, there's no guards there, no warning signs. Really pretty dangerous if fire or EMS or somebody had to respond, or even a child going up to the door to ring the front doorbell. They're going to end up at the bottom of the landing. There's no railings, there's nothing. This is another example. This used to be a flat piece of ground. All that gray in that doorway downstairs, that would have been ground level going into that door that you see there, the brown one. Somebody's taken it upon themselves to dig a stairwell out and put a door into the basement. No railings really for safety. No clear step at the bottom. You almost hit the bottom step and go into the door. There's no drainage, completely unsafe, and who knows how well the wall is retained. This is a door going into a house. This used to be, If you can see those 4 tiles, the 3 tiles when you first hit the threshold, that used to be floor right across there. So somebody's taken upon themselves to cut the floor out and create a staircase into the basement. So if you're a first responder going into these places, you expect to go into the side door, you are going down that staircase. There's the staircase there. There's no real landing at the top, so you're just going to hit the side and come right down. Another example of it, this is a secondary unit in a basement. To create a room, they had to cut the staircase away at the bottom, so they did that. So they still use the staircase, but what they do is they bring a chair over so they can step on the staircase to access that route out of the place. This is a downstairs bathroom. I can tell you that this bathroom has no ventilation, no windows. That's mold on the ceiling, mold on the walls. Didn't have a building permit. 9 people used this bathroom, and there's 21 beds in the residence of this single-family home. Staging. Quite often when we investigate, people will stage. So this is a basement apartment we were let into. You can see the stove, you can see the fridge, you can see the microwave obviously being occupied. The day before, that was the day before, the day of the inspection at around 4:20 or 4:50, the owner or whoever else has come and taken out some of the appliances because we are inspecting at 5 o'clock. We arrive at 5 o'clock, there's no stove, it's covered over, the outlet's covered over by some toys, etc. So they're saying this is not a secondary unit. So we inspected. We sat outside, we watched them take the stove out, so we photographed for court documents. So this is the type of things that happen to us. This is an inspection on the left with the tenant, who's sometimes call us. This is the inspection with the owner on the right. The bed's taken out, and with their anticipation of putting the bed back after we leave. Some homeowners have 3 or 4 homes, and what they'll do is they keep one empty, and they'll keep the other 3 full. So when they know we come to inspect, all they do is they move everybody out of the one house, they move them to the second house, we inspect them, there's nobody there, then they'll rotate the houses around. So we do encounter that as well. This is a bedroom that somebody's renting, probably for somewhere between $300 and $400. It has the low ceiling. It has no escape by window in case there's a fire. There's no ventilation. So this is what typically people are starting to rent under the lodging house. This is not uncommon. We also have, I didn't have the photo here today, we have somebody who actually rented the cold cellar under the front stairs. So they had no egress in case of a fire. They were trapped. Another inspection. So we inspected the house for a secondary unit, for signs of staging, etc. So when the house was clear, we opened the garage door, and people asked, why do you look at the rest of the house? Well, this is why. So in the garage, we find mattresses. So we had 11 visible mattresses and 1 box spring, and we believe at least 1 or more people were sleeping on each of the mattresses within the premise. So a little bit on the dangerous side. Let's go to safety concerns where it looks at electrical. So this is the dryer 220. You can see that they have the dryer 220 plugged in, but they also have hooked in a second dryer of 220 into that ceiling, which means they've probably tampered with the breaker panel. We notify the ESA on this one because of the requirements for documentation, etc. So ESA would come in and look at this. We quite often see a lot of that. Catherine, how many people are living in this place? Okay, so we have accesses that have multiple secondary units in there. So this is a split level, a 5 split. So this is the door. So if you can imagine you walk into a 5 split, the first floor is usually the kitchen, etc. This will probably be a family room 3 steps down. You can see they've taped up the door to make it a secondary unit block. But if you open the door, it's got 4 or 5 steps up to the upper landing, and they stored their some of their car supplies in there. So a fire would not know this. If there's a fire in the place, you wouldn't expect that when you're searching for people inside. Fire occurred in the place, so you can see the fire in the kitchen. So it would spread pretty fast in that place, and the people would not have a good egress out of it. There's another photo of the fire. This is the unit from the outside. So if you look at it, It just looks like another unit, but you can tell that the driveway's been extended over so you can park some extra cars there. It's a semi-detached home. You can see the staircase on the left going up. That's one unit. You can see the door at the bottom of the staircase. That's a second unit. And if you go around back, there's an entrance to a third unit for this place. So disaster could have happened, tragedy could have happened here, but luckily you can see that nothing has, or I have told you nothing has happened, but it's attached to another home. Somebody could have been home at that home as well. So another fire damaged premise. This occurred in 2018, I believe, and you can see that it is a basement apartment. You can tell that by the concrete halfway down the wall on the right-hand side, and then the insulation up. Very little egress as well in this one, very hard to get out of. I can tell you that 4 out of 19 cases where the fire was in the home of a secondary unit, they originated in the basements. And luckily, we've only had two fatalities since 2016, so we're lucky. So let's take a look at the stats. So our property standards complaints. Back in 2016, we had 10,000. We've started escalating up to 12,900, 14,300 in 2018. Right now, we're at 7, or at the end of June, we were at 7,100 and change. We expect that to double, so we'll be over 15,000 property standard complaints coming up this year. You can see that the secondary unit task force complaints have gone up correspondingly, where we had about 1,000 in 2016, but we're up just under 3,000 in 18, and we will go over 2,000 in 19 if you project the numbers. Type of complaints. Basement apartments is primarily our complaint. Lodging houses are starting to catch up as you look at the graph. The task force is getting much more busy. In 2018, you can see we had 659. We had 451 as of the end of June, and if we double the number, we'll be well over 800, 900 complaints. Refused entry. In 2016, we were refused 17.5% of the time when we tried to get into those units. That was 180 units that we were refused on. 2017, 182, which is 10.4%. Then the unit starts kicking in the second half of 18. We're refused 154 times. We'll tell you predominantly in the first part of the year before the unit was active, which is a 5.6 refusal rate to get into these places, which is really starting to get better. 2019, we had 11 refusals. Significant, dramatic decrease in our refusals getting in, which is a 0.7% refusal rate. Why? Because we're educating the public. The public is now aware that we're serious about what we're doing when we look at public safety. Court charges. So you can see that in 16, we didn't keep the numbers, but 17, we filed 129 files, and that would be one house, one file. Let's look at it that way. And then the charges corresponding to that could be one house, 2 owners, so that would be 2 charges. So you can see we were starting to go up. In 2019, we were up to over 1,500 court files and over 5,378 people charged. So individuals charged. So a significant increase. We are getting to the people that are responsible for having secondary units. Here's the kicker. 2016, we got $71,000 in fines. The courts were on board. They understood our problem. They were helping us out a little bit about it. 17, we started getting a little bit, we saw a decrease, but it wasn't really a significant decrease. 18, though, we go up to $748,000 in fines. A significant increase, and that's because we work with prosecutions. We get better at what we do when we take our cases to court. We are better investigators, and we are better in the prosecution end of this. So we increased. 2019, right now we're at $910,000 as of the end of June, and we anticipate being at $1.8 million in fines. A lot of this has to come with the JPs and the courts as well. They've recognized the severity of what we're bringing before them, and they're penalizing accordingly. Where we were usually getting between $400 or $500 back in 16, 17, we've increased now. Last year we saw $1,000. Now we're up to $2,000 on average on fines for a secondary unit, and we're up to 3.5. What's our largest lodging house fine? $40,000 for a lodging house fine, but it was significant, and they deserved $40,000 in my mind. Secondary unit registrations. So, Rick, I'm just going to turn it over to Rick for a second. Thanks, man.
Good morning, councillors. So I guess a picture is worth 1,000 words. I think what Paul's shown you so far has been pretty indicative of what we run into across the city in terms of illegal second units. And when we started down this path back in 2017, there were a lot of numbers thrown out anticipating somewhere in the neighborhood of 30,000 illegal second units across the city. If that number holds true, the good news is we've got 8% of those numbers registered now since 2015, and really predominantly since the task force came into effect. What we've seen since 2016 is a 770% increase in registration numbers. So this is a pretty good indicator that that group is working very effectively, that the community is getting the message that we should come in and get these units registered, make sure they're safe, follow the appropriate processes. So we are in the neighborhood of 4,300 registered second units today, and just yesterday, in fact, we hit a record number of second unit applications going out the front door at the building division. We issued 41 in a single day permits for second units. Coincidentally, you should know we issued also 28 basement finish permits, which we'll probably see Paul's group coming in another 3 months with some activity around enforcement for illegal second units. So 770% increase since 2016. So very significant.
So registration, investigations registration, this is just a little bit of a snapshot. So in a year span, you can see that the slide on the left is the basement apartment only that our investigators and property standards would do, the 16 officers that we have with, 16 officers that we have within that division. And it's spread out throughout the city. You can see it. There's small passages that are concentrated, but mostly spread out through the city. This is our task force investigations. They're not the same investigations. These are different. So this is all the secondary unit investigations that we've taken place within the city. So if you overlay the map on the left, they pretty much match in the general areas. This is the permits issued. So once again, concentrated areas, but we know where we're working. We have some trends. So out of that, we see that there's a large number of secondary units that are now migrating into lodging houses. So a lodging house is more than 3 units within the house for the purposes of property standards, and more than 4 for the purposes of fire, I believe. So we're seeing that happen. That's a big trend. We had to address that, actually, in the sense that we had the secondary unit do their area, and this is such a growing area, we had to reassign an officer from the general property standards section, who take from that work, and move them over there. And we're trying to bolster that unit, because this is getting to be very serious when you have 21, 22, 23 people living in a home that's built for a single family. Individuals and corporations. This is not a mom and pop operation anymore to help pay the mortgage or the taxes in your homes. These are corporations, these are people that are actually going out and buying this for profit. We have one example of a person we found them registered to 1 secondary unit illegal, then we tripped onto a second, and it led to a 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So that person has 5 illegal basement apartments. But they manage another 15 for other people in the city. So this is a business. And we have the problem of the unreported rental income. So we look at it. A lot of those basement apartments do not have finished basements if you talk to MPAC. So we talked to Yvonne, and Yvonne's helped us out quite a bit, and we liaise with MPAC, and we report the finished secondary or the finished basements. We're also working with prosecutions, hope to report to other agencies, because people need to pay the taxes on these. There's a lot of money to be gained here. if you look at the average renter, so we'll say that in a lodging home, we have 6 renters, $350, $2,100 a month the owner is getting from that place, or $25,000 a year. We have occasion where we've seen 6 renters at $500, which is $3,000 a month, and $36,000 a year. But we also have occasions where we have 21 people renting at $400 a month, $8,400 a year, $100,800 a year income from the secondary unit. And that's the problem. And we have examples where somebody owns 3 of those type of units. So they're almost $300,000 of income generated from secondary units. This is for profit. We have great examples of an address that had 26 beds, 11 bedrooms built into a single family unit home. We have another one of 24 beds, 11 bedrooms in another unit. So they're out there. So going forward, we continue to educate the public as much as we can with the assets we have. We educate our own officers as best we can to improve our service delivery. We've probably, and sorry, I'm a little remiss. We went back to the Municipal Law Enforcement Officers Conference last week, and we are now probably the leaders or one of the leaders in the province when we talk about secondary units. So we've been able to showcase some of the work we do there. Others are now coming to us and saying, how do you do this? So we're educating in different ways. We look at additional staff resources to keep pace with the rise of the complaints. How do we shuffle the staff we have, best maximize their potential and addressing secondary units, and using other staff within the city to help us out. And then the education training I talked about. We talk about our enhanced partnerships within the city. We also have enhanced partnerships outside the city. We deal with Peel Regional Police quite a bit, Peel Regional Public Health, and other agencies. The task force, as I said earlier, is evolving, and now we're evolving into the illegal lodging homes. And we strive to make sure that the community safety aspect is always paramount to us when we look at our investigations and our court processes. So I sat in the gallery today and I listened to you on some other subjects. Councillor Paleschi talked about the gun violence on the 410. You talked about Safe City downtown. You had a delegation about looking after our less fortunate residents. I can tell you those are all community safety issues, and you take your serious lens to those. I'm asking that you take a serious lens, continue to take a serious lens to the secondary unit issues that we have in our city. Thank you. I think that's our presentation.
Thank you so much, Paul. And so we have a number of questions, but we're going to go to our delegation first, and then following the delegations, if there's any questions for Vaughn, well, we can certainly ask those. But then after that, we'll direct questions to staff for questions on the report, on the presentation. So if you can state your name, you'll have 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
No, I'll move.
I have more than 5 minutes. But I'm very impressed with this session here that I heard today. And exactly what I came here for is exactly what I heard this gentleman said about what's happening in our community. And it's very, very serious. This is the most important community, these gentlemen, that is keeping us safe, very safe. And all the residents or the neighbors that you say you need to complain or sending in these complaints, they are in danger. We are in danger of complaining, because whether or not I as a neighbor see what's going on and complain, I will be accused that I am the one who made the complaint. And I will be a target of these vicious, vicious landlords, not only because of us as neighbors, but also the renters who are, they are ripping off. And most of them I got this yesterday to read. I didn't have time to finish reading it. But this gentleman who presented what he presented today about what's happening, I commend you guys. And I thank you for my safety and for our neighbor's safety. We need more people like you in our neighborhood. And the thing is this, see, I made little notes before he spoke about it. The taxes, we have to pay taxes. And most of these renters pay by cash. And most of them are students coming from out of our country. They are not even Canadian citizens. And they're terrified by these landlords. So they pay cash just to get somewhere to live. And the conditions that they're living in, the first thing they tell, my neighbor tells them about me, don't talk to her, don't tell her anything. But they gravitate towards me. And then they found out the type of person I am. And one of the things they come to me about, we have to pay in cash. I say, you get a receipt or you pay in check. They came back to me, he doesn't want check or receipt. Because where is this money going? Are they paying taxes on these rental that they're renting out and getting out? If I work $20 a day and I go outside and make another $20, I have to report it and pay tax on it. So why aren't they reporting this and paying tax? And who is monitoring this? You cannot depend on your neighbor to complain. I will complain, and I will talk to them about it. But most of the neighbors are scared of the repercussions that will happen to your neighbor. I was away in Miami in November, and my neighbor parked 2 cars for sale on the lawn. It could have been one of your officers that saw it and complained. The neighbors were accused. That is a neighbor call. He accused me of killing my plants when I'm sleeping, and he killed one. He didn't kill all. He killed one. I have it pasted up there. And the second thing, but I'm not scared. But I am concerned of what's happening in our neighborhood. And I'm concerned about the taxes. If they're not paying, as the gentleman said, this is the best and the biggest business in Brampton. And they're not paying taxes on it. And who is responsible to approve to build this legal apartment? Who is responsible? The city or the province or the country? It's the city. So is the city monitoring even the approved and the legal apartments also? Who is approving it? Because some of the legal apartments should not have been approved. So there should be a follow-up. Are they being followed up to see if they're abiding by the rules and regulations? For our safety, I'm concerned about my safety. When I was coming here this morning, you know what my son said? Mother, do not bring up anything about the neighbors because I don't want to come after us. That's what my son, and my son is in law enforcement. He's concerned about my grandchildren and his safety because he has to work around the clock, night. You don't know what they'll do. And most of these tenants are students, and the rest is people that comes from other parts of Brampton that is creating all this.
Yvonne, you've reached 5 minutes.
I need to go over. Listen, that is creating
all right,
all
so
this.
We're gonna Councilman
Because
Medeiros,
I have a lot to say.
Give me a minute.
I need more time.
1 minute.
Thank you.
So Councilman Medeiros has moved for more time. All in favor?
If I want to sit?
That
I'm too
carries. You have
short
5
to
more
sit.
minutes.
I want them to sit and hear what happens.
You got 5 more minutes.
5 more minutes. So, and I have to thank my representative, Doug, because he's the only one that I can call and harass and complain to of what's going on. And I want to thank the mayor. I want to thank the mayor for listening to me yesterday. You know what I'm talking about. Thank you very much. And from what I've heard, you're doing a very good job. Okay? And the thing is this, I would like to meet with the gentleman who is responsible for this. You're doing a good job, but we need you. we need you to continue. And if you need additional staff, you should get additional staff because our safety is in jeopardy. And I need to find out, are they paying taxes on the money that they are being collected from these innocent tenants? It's not fair and it's not right. And there should be some investigation. And when you go out, also to protect our safety, also look into the taxes also, if they're paying for it. I pay my taxes, and it's not fair to know that I am looking down because my home, I have 4 big veranda, not balconies, 2 in the back, 2 in the front. So I see everything, and I watch like a hawk. So the thing is this, I thank you all for having me here, and I thank you, Doug, for putting up with me at times. Okay, so thank you, and I would like to meet with you. Okay, thanks. Thanks for having me. And thanks, Jeff, for letting me know about this. Okay, and I didn't have this on my schedule today, and I don't wake up early in the mornings, so don't schedule me for 9:30. Okay, so thank you very much. And I will be here more often now because I used to be here, remember? And I said I don't need to be here anymore because we have already fixed this council and this chamber. So I don't need to be here anymore. But I will be here about this basement apartment, whether it's legal or illegal. We need to follow up on the legal ones also. And the garbage, before I go, the garbage. I was going to sue the city because the garbage container belongs to them. You're the ones who give us these garbage containers. And this is the reason why. You are responsible for the owners, no, the tenants. I have pictures. I take pictures like what he takes. I have them. The garbage and the houses between the houses. It's too small. But when the builders or when the city approve to build these homes, beautiful homes, they didn't anticipate that we would have additional tenants walking back and forth. So we don't know who is coming in on the side of our homes because we did not interview them. So we don't know who is living next door to me. The landlord, he's the one who is benefiting from our inconvenience, and they're ripping off our city. We need that extra taxes to build our roads, to build all what we have to do, and to pay these gentlemen and get them to get more people to work with for them. Okay, thank you very much. And I will be here more often. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yvonne, just hang out one quick second. Does anybody have questions for the delegation? No? Okay, so
Okay.
we appreciate that. Thank you
Okay,
so
thank
much.
you.
We're going to ask somebody to move receipt of the delegation. Council Willens, all in favor? Thank you. And so we got a list of speakers. Council Bowman.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. It's kind of bittersweet because some of us here have been trying to force this for 5 years now. And to see a report like this finally come through, Paul, is phenomenal. Thank you very much. You know, we get a lot of complaints. We get complaints about the illegal second units. We get complaints about the garbage. But we also get complaints that the city doesn't do anything about it. And I think today we have demonstrated that the city is doing something about it. Back in 2017, when I suggested we get everybody together in a special task force to look at these issues, yeah, it took 6 months to get that task force up and running. But when you do something like that, you've got to make sure that everything is in place, that you're working with every division, everybody knows what their job is, and everybody is working together to do it. And Joe Patari, thank you very much for spearheading that initiative and making sure everything worked as well as it did. The numbers are astounding. The one thing I can say is, especially with the numbers that Paul presented, based on number of people and amount of rent, and we're still getting $2,000 fines set out by the government. And what you heard here today is a landlord will make $2,000 back in 1 month. So not really a deterrent. What we need to be doing is getting bigger fines. And when I heard $40,000, brought a smile to my face, because that's what's going to deter this. I got a number of things I want to go through. I've been working nonstop with a lot of our enforcement guys, and I got to tell you, unless you have ridden with these enforcement guys and worked with them, you have no idea the type of abuse that they get when they go into some of these situations with illegal units. You saw how things change when they go in with a resident, how they change when they go in with an owner. And hats off to you guys. You are doing a phenomenal job. We had, over the course of 1 year, we had, I believe, JP, it was, and John, you guys worked together in one neighborhood very close to here. We had almost every second house was an illegal unit, 5 of them owned by one particular individual. And since you guys have been working, that has been cleared up, and the residents have told me you've done a phenomenal job over there, JP. I think you're a legend over in that neighborhood now for the work that you've done over there. I would also like to talk about, somebody sent me a photo, actually, a resident, and I applaud the residents. Yvonne, I applaud the residents who have the courage to come forward and report what they see going on in their neighborhood. Some of them are scared. Absolutely agree. I had one lady send me a picture of a delivery truck delivering, and she took pictures as they stacked 17 single mattresses from a delivery truck outside the truck and started bringing them into the home. 17 single mattresses to go on the floor. I just had a question. I don't know, Jay, it might be you, Paul, it might be you, Joe. What does it cost to get a warrant? What's our cost?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the cost is not really a tangible thing we can put a number to. It costs us time for the investigation. It costs us time for prosecutions to assist us in preparing that. And then we go to the JP and we take our best shot at trying to get the warrant. It's just not a cost I can associate to, but I can tell you it's significant. It's not an hour's worth of work. Some of our binders, Catherine, are to apply for them are about that thick of materials that we have to take and substantiate just to get a warrant to get in the door to start looking for evidence.
And how long might that take?
Well, as I said earlier, we can probably take maybe a week or 2 weeks to get a real easy one, but some of the ones take 2-3 months for us to build.
Okay.
And that's an officer's time for off and on for 2 or 3 months to try to do that.
Yeah, and that's the point I wanted to make about the first comment I made was we get a lot of feedback from individuals saying nothing's going on, that house is still there, the people are all still there. Sometimes people need to understand that their complaint is lodged and the work behind the scenes is going on to accumulate these files, to take the pictures, to apply for the warrants. You know, you might be looking at a process that takes 3, 4, 5 months before something is finally done about these units.
Well, let me add to that, through you, Mr. Chair. It may take 3 or 4 or 5 months to get us to charge, but then the courts take over, and it may take 4 or 5, a year to 2 years to get to conviction. So when people sit and they see a secondary unit that's sitting like idle for years, it may be we have them before the courts. It's just taking that long. Defense counsel asks for an adjournment. We ask for an adjournment. Whatever the case may be, it does take long in the process. So from start to finish, it could be 1.5 years on average, a year on average. So, but I will tell you, the cases we build, and I'll reiterate what I said earlier, is we get a 99% conviction rate in courts. And a large majority of that is a plead for 2 reasons. One is we're airtight on our evidence, and most defense representatives will tell their people to plead. Secondly is, right now, because the penalties are $2,000, so if you're collecting $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, or $50,000 in rent for the year, take the $2,000 hit and move on, seems to be the mentality. That's why we're pushing for bigger fines. And we will make cases in some instances to try to get those bigger fines, and we will educate as much as we can to increase those.
Excellent. And I got to tell you, you guys know a lot of the tricks. I've already seen a couple of the tricks that are being used by people to create these, I call in some instances death traps. In one instance, a landowner applied for a fence permit to put a fence up and put the permit in the window. Everybody who walks by sees a permit, figures any additional work is being done in the house, so no one complains. This is the type of things that our guys are dealing with.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you can recall, was it a year ago or 2 years ago that we had, Rick and I were dealing with a family that had started and probably completed a basement dig in the garage. They cut the concrete of the garage, an unsupported floor. They cut it away and created a stairwell into the basement so they could have a secondary apartment there. And that, we took a long time to try to remedy that. So they are clever on how they're trying to conceal some of their operation.
Yeah, and we've had cases, Rick, I know, where building goes in, issues the permit, and then a year later we find out that there's been 2 additional units built in that same house.
Oh, absolutely.
After they've already had a permit. So I don't know what the answer is. I don't know. I'm leaving it up to the task force to go back again, whether, you've got to make visits on a 2-year semi-annual basis back to make sure that it's still a single unit dwelling, to make sure that it's still compliant. I don't know. I'll leave that with you guys. But I want to touch on one other thing, and that is the fire issue. You saw a picture that Paul put up there. And if a fire crew is called to a house and they have to break through that door and there's a 7-foot drop into a concrete basement, we are asking for a disaster to happen. We're asking for it. And I know that fire has gone through this before. Just imagine yourself as a firefighter who is brave enough, you guys are really brave, believe me, brave enough to break down a front door of a burning house and find 3 locked doors in front of you. What do? Where do you go? What unit do you try to break through first? And that's exactly the reason we had a death not too long ago from smoke inhalation in the basement. So I applaud our fire guys for working on this. And I'm just going to give a very, very quick overview for some people who may not know. I did write a letter to Doug Ford. Doug Ford shuffled me off to Stephen Clark, Minister Clark. Minister Clark, we spoke with him at AMO. We got a few answers out of him. I was shuffled off to Sylvia Jones, who wanted me to talk to the fire marshal. I spoke to Sylvia Jones just totally by accident at AMO when we were there and mentioned to her that the fire marshal needs to contact our fire chief within days. The fire marshal had contacted our chief. The chief has subsequently had a meeting with the fire marshal. And very quickly, Chief, if you can just give an overview of what happened with that.
Yeah, through the chair. So we met with the senior OFM staff, and they actually recognized Brampton as a leader in what we're doing here across the province. And really, we're trying to learn from some of the great things we're doing. Some of the things they're working on are updating some of the inspection orders, updating technical guidelines, so it makes it easier for us to do our inspection. So that will really help us as we go forward. Kind of the last thing we look at is more of a comprehensive public education campaign. So that's going to also come up in the near future. So we will hopefully be a pilot project for that as we go forward.
Excellent. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you to our bylaw guys. You've done a great job. This was a fantastic report. The numbers in themselves, the number of prosecutions, are great. The other side of that is that we've got a long, long way to go, and there's so many more of these things. And everybody who has to rent a unit has the right to rent a complete, fully certified safe unit, because I don't want to see anybody die in the city again because of an illegal basement apartment, and heaven forbid we at some point have accidents with our fire department because of these units. So these are preventable, and I am so happy that you guys are doing what you're doing, getting the fines, and it's a team effort, and I thank the team for doing this. So thank you guys very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor Bowman. Councilor Medeiros.
Thank you, through the chair. Echo a lot of what Councillor Bowman has already stated. I know it's a yeoman's job, but I want to sort of flip the conversation a little bit in terms of this is an upward battle that I can't see us ever getting control of the situation. So it's almost a tsunami of a situation. We just talked about homelessness. We have a huge issue here in Region of Peel with lack of affordable housing. We have 40 people that enter Brampton every day. We have investments in post-secondary education, expansion of students, and there's nothing, all this together puts the factors pressure on people who are desperate to find housing. I have people writing me now because they can't find rent that is affordable for them. So you have this huge need. So people are desperate, shelters, basic needs of human life. Then we've added, since I've been here in 2014, we've added, additionally our bylaw officers, and you guys do a yeoman's job. But like you said, it takes 8 months, 9 months. We don't have a head tax, as someone had suggested, such as in Britain. You get a head tax, and then, so we're getting underfunded chronically from the province. So this is like a tsunami of everything that goes wrong. It's just a difficult situation. So my sort of, and as a chair of planning, I've spoken with planning staff about this, is we fight this issue, but it's an issue that I think we have to consider and we've looked at ways to make it easier for people to register basement apartments. But what seems to be the big issue, and it's not something that I think you guys have to face, it's really, I guess, maybe planning staff or others, is how can we make this affordable and still keep the safety? How can we ensure, because right now, my understanding to legalize your basement apartment, I keep hearing from the community, it's jumping through hoops and it's expensive. It's complicated, it's complex. I went to go extend my driveway the other day, and it was a complex process. And now there's town halls by residents who are upset about sometimes the way they've been treated by, our bylaw officers saying that, the investigation, they feel that they're criminals, and then you have, so what I'm trying to, I guess, say is that I think we have to look at the bigger issue is not just the enforcement. You guys are doing what you guys are mandated to do. You guys are doing a great job, but we don't have the tools to really tackle this issue accordingly. So we're chronically underfunded. Our transit is growing out of control. So ultimately, what do we do here? Do we just keep increasing, investing in bylaw officers? You guys do your job. We're starting to see some results. Education is getting out there, but there's still a huge issue for housing. So I really think for us to, address your issue, provincial legislation would have to be changed to even give you a right of entry to allow you for reporting. They're not touching this. They're running away from this, so we have no help there. So I think there has to be an encouragement. Look where we can, even, again, I'm not an expert. I wish Councillor Fortini was here. He talks about the electrical work that's required. And I know we follow legislation, what is required. But there has to be a recognition that a lot of people are in this situation because there's no affordable housing in this. So how do we meet halfway? How do we build, make it easier for residents to go in, to register their basement apartment in a safe manner, and not make it so expensive, and make it in a way where we ensure safety? And that's, I think, the bigger issue. And that's not something that's beyond you folks, because I think what you guys are doing is great. It's just, you talked to me about 9 months, 10 months. Neighbors are getting frustrated with us. We try to address the issue. And we simply can't just keep hiring bylaw officers, It's not going to tackle the issue. So the root of the issue, I would suggest, is, when we talk about even the group housing, in my opinion, we have to start looking at the city in a different way. Neighborhoods have to understand that there's going to be group lodging in your neighborhood, especially if you're close to schools. In the Sheridan College area, that is going to be a reality. So if we can at least get them to register the home properly, or register the lodging house, not make it so expensive, get them to pay their taxes, have it registered, that's the only way I think we can really address this. I know, so anyways. Yeah.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I completely respect your opinion on this, and I will say that, we do handle zoning things, and I'll let Rick talk to the building perspective in a minute. But you talk about the tsunami effect that comes upon this, and I relate this to the driveways. Driveways is another tsunami effect. We literally have tsunamis a week around this place. But this is a serious one, and I'm going to, since I'm one of the older people in the room, I'm going to school you on this one a little bit, if you don't mind. In my previous career as a police officer, I was a commander, and I went to a fire scene. I was called down to a fire scene to do the police perspective on it. When I got there, there was dozens and dozens of neighbors and families walking about, sobbing in tears and crying. There was firefighters that were exhausted mentally and physically. The fire was a home. Inside were 7 or 8 people. We lost 5 of them that night. A 22-year-old mother, 4-year-old daughter, 2-year-old son, 1-year-old daughter, and another 21-year-old. Ingrained in my mind when I saw this. This is why we're going to continue today, because if I don't take all those complaints and I don't address them one by one and honestly and unbiasedly, I don't want to be responsible for a fire or where my people could have investigated. So tsunami or not, we're swimming against it, and we're going to do it all day long.
Well, yeah, and just to be clarified, I appreciate your story, but what I was suggesting is that within the safety and fire safety, I understand that. So I'm not saying to not throw safety to the wind, but what I'm saying is we can't keep. It's the same thing when we talk about crime and safety. There's a social aspect. There's addictions that we have to address. So there has to be that social component. It's not just about putting people in jail. So it's not just simply going to, and this is not as much with the bylaw officers, but as much as bylaw officers that we throw out, it's if there's a huge need and people need to live, basic needs, they're going to find a place to live. They're going to adapt. People are going to take advantage of it. But there's a huge need here. So the root issue here is, how do we address housing? How do we address people where they live? And, I still think that we have to start, the nature of the city has grown in such a way, and the density has grown. Communities now, neighbors don't want, lodging houses beside them. But if the lodging house is registered, and we can get them registered properly, we reduce the fees, then I think there's an opportunity to have people comply, adhering to fire safety. So we're saying the same thing, not saying not to. But we can't continue in this manner to take 8 months and to look at all the investigative measures that you do. And you're doing a great job. You're fighting, the fight. But still, it's not going to address the root cause of the issue. And then we're talking about further investments in post-secondary education. And then we're talking about 40 people per day. That is the root cause, is the housing issue. So I would, this I think is the big challenge, is how do we ensure that there's safety, but make it easier for a resident to register a second basement apartment? That's not so cost-effective, that's more cost-effective. How do we get that? How do we get the education up there? How do we get the requirement? Because, if the answer is let's just keep throwing bylaw officers, let's just, it's the same answer as let's just keep throwing police downtown, let's throw police everywhere. That's not going to deal with the issue. The root issue is there needs to be housing. So I think we have to find that, that's the challenge I think that we have. You guys are doing your great job. We continue to do it. And the province has to step up as well. I don't know what honestly, the MPPs live here. They all know what's happening. I don't know. So I just think that, for us to go every year and we're being successful, but that's not, addressing the root cause.
You're absolutely right, Councillor, through Mr. Chair. We both have the same beacon we're going towards, and it is a multi-pronged problem, right? And we will address it. But my emphasis is within the rules, and we will continue to do our job.
Yeah,
And I'll let Rick talk about the building aspect of it.
Thanks, Paul. Through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor, I think actually your point's been well made, and I don't need to really speak that much to it. The volume of applications that we receive has certainly highlighted the need for this type of housing. Right now, basement apartments are the affordable housing solution because there isn't another option. And I think we recognize that. So there are multiple committees in planning that are working on affordable housing solutions, on lodging homes in particular. We're developing partnerships with the region to come up with some solutions. I just want to make it clear, I guess, this isn't a war on basement apartments. Like I said, we do recognize the need. Affordable housing has its place, and this is Brampton's solution right now. What we're trying to avoid is the illegal and dangerous ones. And that's where the success of the task force, I think, should be highlighted. The cost to register a second unit in the city of Brampton is $1,200. It's less than 1 month rent. And that covers the cost of the registration, the plans review, the inspections, no matter how many times we have to go back. And in many cases, we see our inspectors going back to these 30 or 40 times before the construction is passed. The real costs, in my experience, comes in when the work is done first, and then they come to us and have to make changes. So I think what we need to focus on is a little bit more of that outreach to get to the community ahead of them doing that work. I know that the contractors still today will give you two prices, one with a permit and one without. The one without the permit is always cheaper. And so there are a lot of encouraging reasons to go the direction of constructing it and hoping you don't get caught. But that honestly is where the real costs come in. It's going to cost you, between $30,000 and $50,000 to finish your basement. Whether you do it right the first time or you have to take it down and do it right the second time, that's where the difference is going to be. I mean, you're going to spend $30,000 or $40,000 or $50,000 to do it right, or you're going to spend $40,000 to do it wrong and then another $25,000 to correct it. And that's really where the additional burden comes in. So I think the community outreach ahead of getting these basements finished in the first place will help with that. But again, it's not certainly not a war on the solution of basement apartments as an affordable housing option. But we do want to ensure that our residents do have a safe place to live. And I think you've already highlighted that. So.
Yeah, and through the chair, Rick, so if you were to tell me, the constant complaints I get is, the architectural drawings, the requirements, the electrical work, you have to have a certified, so on and so on. And I understand these are provincial standards. That's provincial. So I guess if you were to tell me today that all the requirements we have at the City of Brampton is all based on legislation. So we have no other additional burden on someone who wants to register a basement apartment because everything is legislated. So if you tell me this today, and you saying that we've done everything in our powers to make it easier, to entice someone to register, then I'm satisfied. So if that's what I'm hearing from staff today, to go through the process to register a basement apartment, everything is a legislative requirement per Safety Act, fire safety, et cetera, then I sit here and I accept that. So if that's what I'm hearing today, is that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can honestly say that is the case. The only additional step that we have in the City of Brampton is the actual registration process. The construction is regulated by the province. All aspects of the plumbing, the electrical, the fire safety, the egress, that's all within the Ontario Building Code and the Electrical Safety Authority's legislation. And it is all governed by provincial legislation, as you mentioned. The only additional step that we've added is the fact that we're requiring registration, which is municipal bylaw, and that's what we have control over. What we do try to do is continuous improvement in our process. And I know we came in June with a report to council to say that we've consolidated what was once a 2-application process into one. We've recognized because of that significant savings in time, and we reduced our registration fee from $700 and $1,000 down to $200, irrespective of owner-occupied or not. So in the last year, we have recognized significant savings in that fashion. The other thing we are doing is constantly going back and looking at how we can improve our processes to expedite the service, to provide additional information to designers. We've run several in-house designer sessions so that people know what we're expecting to see on the drawings and we can hopefully reduce the interaction between our plans review staff and the designers down to one submission clean through. And I can say that has improved significantly as well in the past year. So we are making incremental steps forward, but in terms of what we require, we don't require anything above and beyond what is legislated by the province.
Okay, and after the educational piece, and I know there's people on the board, so my apologies to my colleagues. The educational piece seems to be another issue as well. People still don't know where to start, where to go. It should be as seamless as it could be. So when someone goes into one point of contact with their municipality and they're looking for, how do I do this? They should be able to access all their documents, do what they need, get a list of vendors or whatever and there you go. And that seems to be another sort of a challenge on how do we do this process.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I think that is one of the biggest areas of return that we can invest our time in at this point. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I know we have a report coming back in December too, correct? We have a report coming back in December around sort of some of the processes that were highlighted in the previous delegation.
Yes, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Singh, that's correct. We are bringing a report back specifically speaking to the registration process, and
Exactly.
it will outline all of the steps, what is municipal, what is provincial, what all the requirements are.
And we're also looking at, we've had discussions around the plumbing with the cameras. So I think there is some things in the pipeline that'll make the registration process easier, hopefully. And I saw the registration process in different languages as well now. I think our next step is to make some videos in different languages, and so people can get that education piece. I just had some questions. I heard you mention that bylaw can come in through complaints, fire, and then there was through the task force?
So, through you, Mr. Chair,
To investigate.
Fire have their own process for entering a home. They have their own legislation that covers it. So our legislation covers us in the sense that we ask permission to go in.
Yeah.
And when we're turned down, if we have enough evidence, we go and get a warrant, and then we go in by way of warrant.
Okay, but what are the ways that you identify a location? Like, for example, a house, somebody's complained about it. Is that the only way you go?
Oh, no.
Yeah,
No.
that's what I'm asking. What are the?
No, through you, Mr. Chair, we look at other things. We look at, like I said, the parking on the landscape when we see multiple cars. We look at multiple things, little monikers such as the 5 buzzers for 5 separate apartments down.
Okay.
We talk to neighbors, we talk to complainants. Quite often, a lot of our complainants are tenants that actually live in the place.
Okay.
So they'll give us some good evidence. So we gather up different things. We look at the
But
garbage
it's all
use.
complaint-based, or is there any other way that you will go investigate?
So right now, the volume of work for us is all complaint-based, except we do a portion of proactive. The
Yeah, so
proactive
what does that mean? Yeah.
The proactive comes in the sense that if we go to a premise for a property standards call, or maybe a bylaw call,
Yeah.
and we see activity that lends itself to an obvious secondary unit, then we will be proactive and we will investigate.
So that means if another department notices there might be a secondary unit, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. The fire chief will tell you that we get a good portion of it. Chief, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair. So if we are out at any emergency or
Yeah.
another inspection or even door-to-door safety blitz, anything like that, we'll
Yeah.
pass that information back along through our channels to bylaw.
So there's 2 ways you would go investigate a house: if somebody's complaint or if it's proactive. Is there any other way? Just
No, right now, if people think that proactive is driving down the street and looking left or right until you spot what you think is a secondary unit, we don't do that.
Yeah.
We
No,
don't do
It
that.
would be fire, for example, or maybe property.
We'll get the complaint from mostly somebody 95% of the time, and we'll do 4 or 5% proactive,
Okay.
and there'll be a spin-off of.
And my next question is, when say bylaw comes into a home, 2 questions. First, is there a grace period, or is there the ticket given right away? Is there ever a time where a ticket is issued right away?
So when I showed you one of the charts about compliance and letting us in,
Yeah.
that was the grace period probably for years and years prior to us making a decision in 2017 to change that, and we stopped giving the grace period out. John's got a great analogy, and forgive me, John, if I get it wrong. If we were all on the highway and we knew the OPP wouldn't stop us for our first speeding offense, there would be chaos out there. If you didn't get a ticket for your first offense, you get chaos. That's why they have the enforcement program, and that's why people get tickets. We've converted, and we went to this process, and then you saw our compliance rate jump right up. You saw our registration rate jump right up. So people are now complying because they know there is a penalty out there, and the penalty is enforced. So yes, we did look at the previous years where we did give lots of grace, and we just didn't get the compliance. We were going back and back and back.
Okay.
So we stopped.
So now, I don't think it's in every instance, because right?
You're right.
I've had some cases where they have been given time. So.
We do have a kinder, gentler side where we look at some cases, and if they're familiar, in the sense that if there's a family in there and it's a miscommunication, and we can take locks off the doors, we'll do that, and we won't charge in that case. If somebody's just recently purchased a home and they were unaware, we work with them as well. So yeah, there are a percentage of cases where we don't charge.
Okay. So in the community, there seems to be this thing that you're fined 25,000, but I'm hearing it's 2,000. So where's
Okay.
the
So
discrepancy?
fines typically for the enforcement part where we enforce the zoning activity, we are getting $1,000, $1,500, $2,000 on average now, about $2,000, $2,500 some cases. Where your $25,000 may come into a lodging house where there's more than 3 units within the house. They are significantly higher fines. We get $8,000, $10,000 up to $40,000. The traditional fines where you hear the tens of thousands of dollars would be Rick's area, and I'll let him speak to that.
Okay, but just to clarify, when you go in, the fines aren't 25,000; they're $2,000.
Oh, no, once again, the fines are typically $2,000 to $2,500, dependent on the situation. We have the outliers that are $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, $40,000, but now we're starting to get commonality in the fines for lodging houses that are back up in the $20,000, $30,000, $40,000s, because they're taken with a more serious lens.
Okay, but that wouldn't be a legal secondary unit. That's a lodging home. We're giving 25,000.
Correct. Well, John, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Now
I'm just hearing things. So I just want to be clear so I can go back. I'm hearing that a secondary unit, a legal secondary unit is being found, and they're getting a ticket for $25,000. I want to know if that's true or not, because I'm hearing $2,000, which is not bad, to be fair.
Through the chair, there are no tickets that are issued. What happens in the case of an enforcement officer enters into a property and determines there's a violation of prosecution, charges are laid by way of Part 3 under the POA. The penalties are assessed. The prosecutor will review the case. Disclosure is provided to the defendant, where they will basically, if they wish to plead guilty, a common ground in the case of generally around $2,000 if they wish to plead guilty would be the court would award that as the penalty under those circumstances. So the enforcement staff do not go out and write tickets. We don't determine what the fine is going to be. The maximum fine for a first offense under zoning, sir,
under the Building Code Act.
Building Code Act, the fines can get substantial. So we will work within the parameters of what the maximum fines are. Generally, for first offenses, the fines are lower. Where you see increased offenses, they may be previous convictions, may be multiple properties, lodging houses. So there's a lot of variables that are taken into consideration. One of the most common being, so somebody has registered a basement apartment. They put in 2 more apartments. We prosecute them. They don't finish a process. We subsequently prosecute them again. For the subsequent prosecution, the fines can be substantially higher.
Yeah, I'm more interested in the first offense. So in the first offense, they're not going to get a $25,000. Right?
Unlikely.
Yeah, can I speak to that through the chair? I think where the $25,000 may be coming from, Councillor, is that that is the maximum legislative first offense for an individual. And so those fines are always set by the courts. It's not our decision what the fine is ultimately. It is set by the courts. In the legislation itself or in the statute, $25,000 is the maximum for an individual for a first offense.
So we might be having that in writing. So do we have it up to a maximum, and then maybe that's where the rumors?
That's likely where it's coming from.
Okay. Thank you. That makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Palashi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is a really important issue, and that's why we're having a lengthy discussion on it. I'm going to be quick and see if I can get to the point and a little bit blunt too, Paul, because you know me. First, I want to piggyback off what Councillor Bowman said and what Yvonne Squire said. And thank you, Yvonne, for not coming and yelling at me today. But I really did want to say that everybody's doing a great job with this, and we really appreciate from the officers to the task force, to all the staff that have been working on this. And we, I think, as I can speak on behalf of everybody here, thank you for trying to keep our community safer, and your work with Brampton Fire and emergency management as well. Just wanted to thank you. I wanted to ask you the question about our officers. And a lot of the time, you know, with fire, police, Army, Navy, you know, PTSD comes into effect. And it's not really nailed down on, you know, post-traumatic stress disorder, but the fact that, you know, I'm going to say that there's a high majority, a percentage that, you know, our officers are being lied to on a day-to-day basis. And that really can change somebody's perspective on life, on their job, and how we're supporting those officers to ensure that, you know, one, that they're okay, and two, that, you know, they still take into account when they're going to do their job that, you know, safety is the priority, and, you know, doing the best thing for the city of Brampton and everything that they really had in place in their mind coming into this job, because it's difficult. It's difficult when you're lied to. It's really difficult. So I wanted to know what kind of support we have for them.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for asking that, Councillor. It is a real big question, and coming from policing, and JP will tell you he comes from policing as well. We both are very cognizant that takes place within our community. Law enforcement officers we're all peace officers. You know, you have a police officer, but you have peace officers in general, so we all come against the same circumstances. I will tell you, when JP and I got here, we recognized that there was a lack of an ability to train our officers in those aspects. We've done a lot of things in the last 3 years, and we've put a lot of investment into training. One of the first things we looked at is we brought in, and we've done it twice now, de-escalation training for our officers, full day, and we've offered it to other staff within the city. We gave it to transit, people that are in critical positions where they get confrontations out there on the street. So we've given our officers days of that type of training, which is a novelty. We do it in policing regularly. We started doing it here in the city of Brampton. We, as managers within our division, are very cognizant of our employees' well-being and morale, and so we will look at that constantly. Our commissioner will tell you, we always look at our employees on how well they're doing, where their mindsets are, and we always look for the monikers of, are they falling off the rails a little bit? We understand the work they do is tough, so we look at that. So we have those critical conversations. We're not afraid of those. So we do broach those with our people. We do also try to increase the morale, recognizing they do a hard job. We do morale issues on the other side. Social, bringing them in as a team, making them understand that they're all a bigger group and they have support. We do a lot of that. JP's bringing in, is it investigatives, JP? Yeah, we're bringing in previous police educators from the Ontario Police College to teach our people in police investigations, the do's and don'ts of it, how to succeed positively, etc., but all the things that fall out that you just mentioned. So we're starting to bring those in. We have the wellness people from the city of Brampton. We engage them on a regular basis. We have a plan on how we do this, and we follow our plan. And we have other initiatives. We have, I guess I can talk about CPKN. So we have CPKN. We're the only non-police agency that are members of the Canadian Police Knowledge Network, which gives us access to a library of educational tools all police across Canada have. We've asked, and we got permission, we pay for that, but it's a really good tool for our people to go in. Inside of there are components of education that we mandate our people to take, including mental health issues, issues that involve peace officers where there's confrontations. There's a library, probably maybe 100 or 200 courses, and we have our people constantly taking those courses as best we can to help them survive those moments. So we do have a very wholesome plan for this, and I appreciate the question.
Good to hear, and thank you for that. I wanted to talk a little bit about balance, and you or Rick could come up, and I'm going to give you a little bit of a scenario. So we get complaints sometimes, and I've said your officers are doing a fantastic job, but we've talked about this before, Paul, and we can't do our job better without listening to some of the the complaints to see how we can do our job better. Sometimes we get a complaint that's to the effect that the officers trick their way into the house to look around, and we've talked about that before. And I know that you're working diligently with the officers, and that was a long time ago. And I'm talking about, these are old tapes in my mind. But more recently, we have a fantastic family that is in Heart Lake recently moved from one house of Heart Lake to another house, and I guess there was a complaint that went out. The officers came in, they took a look around, and didn't really say much in terms of, didn't see a second unit or anything like that, but something did come back to the city of Brampton, and which we then turned around to say to them, we need you to break open the concrete floor in the house to prove to us that you didn't install whatever was in the basement. And it just, for me, it was a difficult conversation to have with somebody that had just purchased the house, that has proof of the pictures on MLS that everything is the exact same way of the basement that they purchased. But now we're asking them to do all of this added work, and it's not just breaking the holes, it's open up walls and stuff, to prove that they didn't do the construction.
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, and I'll let Rick answer this in a second, I think I know what you're talking about. And you have to remember there's two components of this. So when our property standards go, we look at the zoning aspects. When it comes to, and it may be all clear by our standard, but we do pass on the information that it is a secondary unit to buildings. And this is where this partnership comes in. And then Rick's people will take it, and I'll let Rick explain it. So, Rick?
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Through you, Mr. Chair. Not familiar with this particular case, Councillor, but it is likely that what commonly occurs is where there's a second unit identified and the work has been done without any record of permit, that we owe a duty of care to ensure that the work was constructed in accordance with the building code. So I know Councillor Singh is not here at the moment, but alluded to the fact that that was one of the items we're going back to look at, is how we address that. Are there different options we can use to confirm compliance of whatever plumbing was installed underground? It seems like something that's fairly innocuous, but it could have significant health effects on not just the residents but the community. If, for instance, one of the sewers was cross-connected with a storm sewer and it was draining out into a stormwater management pond, or heaven forbid, a lake where people would be swimming. So there are potential for significant repercussions when that work is done incorrectly. So what the practice has been predominantly is expose the pipe, let us take a look at it and see what's happened. In these situations, in the one in particular that you're speaking to, we typically try to find an alternative solution where we can. And especially if you've inherited the issue, obviously, we try to be empathetic to that situation. We still owe that same duty of care, and we still need to confirm compliance, but, it's possible that we could satisfy that through cammering the sewers. If that fails, there are talks that there are companies that will do x-rays to show where the pipes are connected. So those are other options that we're currently exploring, in fact, with other municipalities to see what they're doing as well, to confirm what's been done underground. That is the most common complaint. Of all of the things that need to be corrected, the breaking up the concrete and exposing the pipes is the number one complaint that we're hearing.
And I've been there and we've talked to them, and they're a young couple that actually, they're a baby making couple. I think they're on their 7th child now. But fantastic people, and what I'm really getting to is striking that balance. Striking the balance with our officers, our residents, to ensure that when things like this happen, and it's obvious that nobody's really breaking any rules here, and they're cooperating, having the discussion around how do we achieve what we want to achieve, but how do we achieve it together?
Yeah.
And they have just more recently felt, and this is only 3 months that it's been happening. They're almost feeling threatened of fines now when they have those conversations with the city side. And I don't know who they're talking to, but it's just, I'm trying to just push the balance that we need to be having with our residents.
Certainly, Councillor, and through you, Mr. Chair, it is becoming increasingly difficult to find that balance with with the workload that our inspectors go out with. There used to be a time where you could spend a half an hour with a resident and explain what the options were or what could be done. But these days, with the amount of activity we have, people are going out with 20 or 30 calls across the city, and unfortunately, they don't have that time to provide that same level of customer service. So it often translates into harshness, even though it's not intended to be that. It's just a quick in and out. This is what's wrong. This is what we need to do. On to the next one. So in those situations, we do like to get the supervisors involved and senior inspectors involved, and we'll dedicate some time to go out there and visit and ensure that those issues are resolved. So I'd be more than happy to hear the address that you're concerned with.
Sure. And just finally, really quick through you, Mr. Chair, I'll finish off just by saying that, I know that our officers are extremely overworked, and in my knowledge of being or putting employees through a lot, mistakes tend to happen. And I'm not saying that they are happening, but if you were here, I would ask you to come back during budget to let me know how many officers you need, because I'm fully prepared to say we need to increase more, put more officers out there, because this is safety. We're talking about safety. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if you mind, just two things that Rick and I would like to bring up before we lose it is, one is the city had the foresight, Al Menes and Joe Patari, to put us together. We finally, after the years, it's creating the synergies, right? So now that our two divisions are side by side, our efficiency and our ability to do our work is compounded. Just the location alone. So a lot of those things really work in our favor, and we'll work together. So we hear the problem. Now Rick and I are located together, our people located together. Once again, we'll go at it, and we'll do it in a very timely manner if we can. Second one is to address that, and you talked about training, et cetera. Rick and I have come up with an idea, and we'll share with you later on. It's about a new training, an ability to train our people at a better rate, be more efficient, and do inspections out remotely. So we're going to be talking about that a little bit later on too. Rick will allude to that.
Great. Thank you. Councilor Williams.
Thank you through you, Chair. Thank you guys for everything you've been doing to help make Brampton a safer place. And we've seen it on the rise, but you guys are really hammering at it and just continue to do so. So I just have a question about some of the landlords. And our residents who live beside many of these homes are at their wits' end with the complaints around property standards and what have you. But what about when residents need to negotiate like a new fence and such, and they're not getting anywhere with some of the landlords, or even having a way to contact them because landlords may be in Vancouver? What are some of the supports that residents can have or utilize, or tools that they can use to deal with some of these issues?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is a tough question. A lot of those are landlord-tenant discussions that we do not get involved in. If it's a building code issue or a zoning issue, go ahead.
Yeah, I was through you, Mr. Chair, and those particular concerns between neighbors tend to end up in civil court. It's a civil issue between two residents, and it's not something, if the city doesn't have a process to be involved in, we wouldn't provide a service or assistance in that manner. So it's not similar to a registration process where you have to come and see the city and get involved, or a public planning process, for instance, where we circulate to the community for input. Those scenarios where the city doesn't have a formal process, it has to lie between the two neighbors. So we do get the complaints, but we really can only offer the advice that you should maybe speak to your lawyer and have them speak to their lawyer and leave it between them.
But you did bring up a really significant point. You said sometimes they're out in, say, Vancouver. Then that seems to be the trend. We have a lot of people who own homes within the city of Brampton that don't live here, that we're trying to track down in other cities, other locations. And that makes it difficult for us as well.
So residents are really left up to paying the legal fees themselves and fighting it out in court. And
once again, it's back to being a business, right?
Right.
That's what the residents have to do, treat it that way.
Thank you.
Councilor Williams.
Thank you. You can turn me on? No?
Oh,
Thank you,
sorry
through,
about
thank you through you, Chair. Thanks, Paul, for coming today. It was an excellent report. I'll give Councillor Bowman credit for all his hard work he's done, but I think you recall it was myself that put the motion forward to hire a couple extra guys, but I won't talk about that. You know, time and time again, I hear how difficult the process is, but I mean, you just go to any computer and type in City of Brampton second unit, and it comes up to the registration process. It comes up what you have to do. It comes up as far as the water pipe sizing. It comes up to everything you need to do. It even gives you the electrical authorities to contact, talks about architects to get to, you know, for structural thing you have to do. So I think the process is easy. I'm not sure, maybe there is a communication gap between how we get it out to the public, and maybe with giving Councilor Medeiros a point there that he was about a lot of that stuff is legislated by the province under the Ontario Building Code. So maybe we have to put something on there and more prominent on our second unit dwelling website that talks about this. A majority of this is under the Ontario Building Code, not under the City of Brampton. That the registration process, in my mind, I mean, unless you can't use a computer, it's pretty simple. And if you don't have a computer, you go down to Flower City campus. It's pretty simple. The steps are very easy. They're there. It tells you, and I know we have reduced the costs, so to me, it's pretty clear. It's pretty simple. I think the people that may be complaining are the ones that aren't registering the units. And we go in afterwards, like you said, where the costs are great. But great work, good job, and I think to Councilor Medeiros' point, maybe we should make it a little clearer on the website that a lot of this does fall under the Ontario Building Code. So thanks again, guys, and thank you, Yvonne, for coming. It's always a pleasure to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. So there's no more speakers here, but I just got a couple quick comments to make. And in a couple quick questions, I'll try to be as quickly as possible. I know we got some other delegations, but there's a human element to this. You know, the question arises as to why people are living in the basements, and I think Councilor Medeiros alluded to it as well. It's affordability, and so it's more and more tough to get by. You know, it's great that more and more people are registering, but the question I have, and I think people around the table have, is, you know, what the province is doing, what the feds are doing. You know, time and time again, it seems the municipalities left to fix the mess that's left by the upper levels of government. And so we've seen cuts from the province in regards to affordable housing. We've seen rent controls removed as well. And I think, I'm not sure how we've done as a city in terms of planning, in terms of getting more rental units within our city. We see these great big houses in Ward 9 and 10, but really, there's really no affordable option for other people to really go to. And so the issue is, you know, people can't afford to own a home. You know, there's people who live under the poverty line. We have new immigrants. We have students coming here to get an education. I've been very vocal as well that the province really has no controls or no quotas on students, whether it's their tuition or whether it's, you know, how many of them come here. And so really there's no dialogue that I've seen in terms of getting more student housing. And so it's become an issue that we've had to, and unfortunately that you guys have had to deal with. As well, home ownership is becoming increasingly hard, and so a lot of these people are forced to, because, you know, they want to own a home but rent their basement out. But absolutely, it's a fact that there are landlords who are taking advantage of the situation, who create unsafe and unsanitary conditions and profit off people who are in these vulnerable situations. And so we need to ensure people register their basements. One of the women who died a couple years ago, Jyoti Kapadia, she was actually a co-worker of mine. We used to sit near each other, and I used to see the pictures of her children and her family, and so it breaks my heart. Do I want every basement to register? Absolutely. But, you know, we can't ignore the concerns of some of the residents. There was a town hall meeting. I'm not sure how true it is, but it was said that there was warlike raids or, you know, at times they felt like they were being harassed. And so, you know, a few of us were at this town hall as well, and so it raises the question as to whether we can improve our process, you know, but still continue to have people register their basements as second units. Question, instead of going straight to court, can we not have, after an inspection is done, stricter timelines and conditions, say, for example, 6 weeks or a month to comply, and maybe even a mandatory fine, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, if they don't comply within that time frame. Because the reason why I say this is, we heard that a picture's worth 1,000 words, but I'm wondering if the photos are indicative of every owner of a second unit. I'd like to, you see those pictures and you'd believe that every house, had the odd stairwell or the unsafe entrance. But there's some people who might have bought their house from a real estate agent. I've heard this many times where they were guaranteed that it was a legal second unit. Some people are still under the impression that if their basement was registered before 1995, that, they're automatically legal. And so they're surprised when, they get a bylaw officer at their door. And I think we've had this discussion as well. Some people who just move in after a couple of weeks get a knock on the door as well. And so, can we not give them a little buffer? Be very strict in that buffer, though?
Through Mr. Chair, as I said before, we did have a buffer. We did allow times. We found that compliance wasn't there. We still have a buffer in cases we deem that appropriate for using that buffer, and we'll continue to evaluate how we use that and to see if we can work with people. We're not afraid of that. When you talk about education, we've had entertained different groups of people that have been charged or have entered an investigation, and we've explained it to them. So when the community has a wanting to understand it, we are there to converse with them. So we do make those efforts. I completely appreciate that. I want to roll back to your comment about the affordable housing. I mean, other cities are looking at it, and I'm not a planner by any such imagination, but I mean, senior citizens now are doubling up or making it more economical to live together, and they're freeing up other places. The other side of this is the concern over the growing trend that we're going from a secondary basement or a secondary unit in the house, which is typically one occupant or a family occupant as a unit, to the lodging house scenarios. So maybe there has to be some education or some desire on the community to start opening up more basements where we have more one occupant secondary units within the city, easier for us to look at, maybe under the building department aspect, but certainly under the garbage and all the refuse, and spread it out. It's the people that are putting 3, 4, 5, and 6 up to 2022 in there, making the profit, that are really hurting us the most and bring the bad image to the city.
Absolutely, and like I said, I've seen some of these lodging houses, and some of the conditions there are just unbelievable. And I really appreciate the conversations that we've had, and I think we've heard from staff's side, and I know Councillor Singh and I eventually want to get a lot of the residents in a conversation directly with staff as well. So I appreciate you guys volunteering for that as well. I got a couple more questions now. So right now we're going straight to court. Whose discretion is that? Is that within the bylaw itself? Is that something in some process that council has approved?
So when it comes to our enforcement branch and the zoning piece of it, it's our discretion whether we're going to issue them a notice to attend and go through the process. And then once again, we evaluate what we find, and sometimes there's some easy fixes where the person only has to do 1, 2, 3 little minor things within it, and it satisfies us from a bylaw perspective. It's a little different when it comes to Rick's side of the table.
Thanks, Paul. Yes, Mr. Chair, there are two different scenarios, I guess, that we're looking at. One is compliance with the bylaw, and then one is compliance with the Ontario Building Code. So typically when we find an illegal situation, there will be an issue with the bylaw that you have a second unit that has not been registered, and that's where Paul's group comes into place. It's compliance with the municipal bylaw, and then our inspectors will go out for changing the use of the building from a single detached dwelling into a multi-unit dwelling. And that change of use is a compliance issue with the provincial legislation, the Ontario Building Code. And typically what we do in those scenarios is it's not immediate action in terms of taking those orders to court. There is a delay. We typically give you, 30 days compliance. And that's been fairly well established through case law that, if you're going to give somebody an order and expect immediate compliance, it's not reasonable. You can't get a building permit in that time frame anyway, so how could they possibly comply with your order? So what we do is give a reasonable time frame to come in and get the permits in place and then go through the process. And in those scenarios, if somebody does come in, and attempts to get their permits within that 30 days, we typically won't go ahead with the prosecution request. Although in certain circumstances we do, where we have a repeat offender, somebody that knows better and does this frequently.
I appreciate that. I think, this is a conversation that's going to continue, and I'm hopeful that residents, council, and staff can, continue the dialogue, and if there's any rooms for improvement, that we look for all solutions and options that are available. But I appreciate you guys' presentation today. So, unfortunately, we got a couple more speakers on the board. I thought we were done. So I think we got a couple more delegations. I say that jokingly. Councilor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. We've heard a lot of discussion here with regards to the responsibility of the homeowner. Do we hold the contractors responsible at all for doing work to a house or for offering their services to homeowners who may not know what their responsibilities are under regulations? And when that happens, how responsible do we hold contractors?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we, most often, we will issue orders to both the homeowner and the contractor. If we know who the contractor is, we will certainly issue orders to them as well. And then they would become equally responsible to ensure that compliance is brought forward. So I don't know off the top of my head recent cases within the past year or so that we've brought the contractors to court. But in most of those cases, we do see compliance or an attempt for compliance within the 30 days. So our prosecutions are significantly fewer than you would see from bylaw. But we do issue the orders to the contractor as well.
And last question, so do we have it explicitly stated in our regulations that any contractor working on a second unit on a property must ensure that all of the necessary approvals and permits from the city have been obtained?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I off the top of my head, I can't say that we've explicitly stated that in our literature.
Should we?
It may be something to add. We can
look at that?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Vicente. And so with the report, and we have the presentation. It's been moved by Councilor Bowman. All in favor? Carries. Thank you. So there was a delegation 6.5. Bruce Marshall. Are they still here? Oh, Bruce. So, sorry, I'm just going to get Councilor Mayor Brown on the board. Sorry.
If I could make a suggestion, seeing that it's 12:23 and we normally break for lunch at 12, we have 3 members of council leaving for a meeting at 3 o'clock, but that meeting relates to the in-camera item. And I want them to make sure they have that information before they go to their meeting at 3 o'clock. Mm-hmm. So maybe if there was openness to council, to have instead of having a lunch break, we have a working lunch where we discuss that item in camera.
So you're recommending that we do that right now?
Yes, and I don't think it would be a lengthy item.
So what we could do is, we have 2 delegations. Sorry, the BIA is here. Are you guys going to be lengthy or 5 minutes?
Small.
5 minutes. So how about, Mr. Mayor, that we listen to the delegations
And then discuss it after.
And then, we bring the reports after in the order that they're already in.
Okay.
Is everybody okay with that? Okay, so we'll continue the delegations, but we won't bring the reports forward.
Okay.
Yeah, you got 5 minutes, Mr. Marshall.
All right.
Thank you.
My name is Bruce Marshall. Good afternoon. I wanted to speak to you today about a motion that is coming forward from Councillor Charmaine Williams. I believe it's 831 with respect to the opiate crisis. And I congratulate Councillor Medeiros on the motion that came through last week dealing with the opiate crisis and doing something really tangible and strategic about this problem. But I wanted to bring this issue down to the level of our heart, if I may. 564, you've heard the number of dead, but that's a macro look at the opiate crisis. What I'm going to do is take you down to the micro level, to where you can feel something rather than just knowing the statistics. Terry was my sister. She was 2 years and 1 day younger than me. She followed in my footsteps in many ways. I worked in radio. She worked in radio. I joined the fire department. She wanted to join the... Whoa! Wait a minute. There were no women in the fire department in this age. She had to fight for that. Well, my sister, Terry, set out to change that and became one of the first female fire inspectors in Ontario in what was at the time the borough of East York. She broke lots of new ground. But a few years into her career, she went off on injury. That turned into disability, and that was right in the middle of an era when Purdue Pharma was selling OxyContin, a continuous release formula of the painkiller oxycodone, an opiate, and they were selling it as being non-addictive. As I would find out many years later, Terry was one of the earliest people to fall in the opiate epidemic. In putting together pieces years later, I understand that she abused OxyContin and any other opiate that she could get her hands on for years. She never returned to that treasured job as a pioneering fire inspector. The drug consumed her whole life. My mother was the buffer between Terry and I, and as happens in almost every family, there's usually an enabler. Someone who, with the best of intentions, does exactly the opposite of what's best for the person living with addiction. I said to my mother one day, "Mom, is Terry taking too many pills?" And this 80-year-old British lady who drank tea looked at me and she said, "She gets her pills from the doctor." How dare I suggest that my sister was a drug addict? So for years I had this sense that something was wrong without actually knowing. My intuition was right. Terry had also battled with alcohol, and I knew that she was back drinking when I got a call one afternoon. "Terry's been taken to hospital." I figured alcohol related. A tearful call from my mother not long later. Terry was on life support, and they were taking her off because there was no brain activity. The life support was turned off, and she died not long after, the evening of June 12, 2008. The day after, I would find out that the doctor suspected OxyContin was a factor. That was confirmed 6 months later by the coroner. I had to look up what OxyContin was. The way it kills you in an overdose, the way that all opiates kill you, is it suppresses your respirations, and every breath you take is just a little bit too little for your needs. Little by little, with every inadequate breath, your brain dies. So, 564, a tragic number. But what's all the more tragic is that each one of those numbers has a story attached to it, like this one. And it doesn't have to happen. We can choose to tackle these problems and fix them. We now have an opiate epidemic. There are far better ways to tackle this than how we're currently doing it. Notwithstanding that, the costs to society have been enormous, and Purdue Pharma, the company that caused this, has paid paltry sums so far for the damage that they caused. Of course, what started as a prescription drug crisis is now an illicit drug crisis. Those whose drug benefits have run out turn to illicit street heroin, fentanyl, and carfentanil. The problem, of course, with illicit street drugs is nobody can tell what the dose is. Purdue Pharma is finally being held responsible for the cost of what they did, and whether Brampton is there to share our costs seeking compensation or just to shed light on the financial cost that is every bit as much as the moral cost is, I would submit, the right thing to do. But it will never repay the costs in grief and heartache to thousands of families. And that's what that 564 represents, is families. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. There's no speakers, but we will definitely bring the report as it does come and fall in the order, and so we'll definitely have a discussion then as well. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. And again, my congratulations on the more strategic moves that you guys are taking, as exemplified by Councillor Medeiros' motion last week. Well done.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So receipt of the delegation moved by Councillor Williams. All in favor? Carries. Thank you so much. And so the next delegation is from the BIA.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Christina Ramasco, and since you'll be hearing a lot from me in the next 4 years, I'll introduce myself as a resident of Brampton. My family moved here in 1980. I grew up in the M section where my parents still live. I've raised my own family in Heart Lake. And 7 years ago, I moved my business from Steeles and 410 to downtown Brampton, and we're now at 71 Main Street North. And in July, I was elected as the new chair of the Downtown Brampton BIA. So today I'm here to share some of the BIA's recent successes, our future projects, and to say thank you. So our summer has been a little challenging, but we've had a lot of bright spots. We've had some literal bright spots with the new Edison lighting in McCarter and Vivian Lane, and that was done through our partnership with the city and the Downtown Revitalization Grant. We've had some upgraded lighting also in Diplock Lane, and there's more to come. We've been a top performer at the Ontario BIA Association with their Digital Main Street Grant. We have several of our businesses that have applied and have been successful in receiving that. Early this summer, we launched our Discover Downtown magazine, and that gets distributed to 12,000 homes in the downtown area, and we also delivered 3,000 to the Gore Road area. It's also available in recreation centers, libraries, and coffee shops throughout the city, and it showcased all the summer events that were going on downtown. The businesses hosted the Party in the Lanes in July and August, and it was an amazing success. We had a lot of people come out. We've hosted many well-attended meetings at our office on the topics of safety, beautification, marketing, and events. At our last board meeting, we approved a new clean and safe rebate program, and I have copies here if you'd like to see them. What we did was, with the understanding that our businesses need some immediate help dealing with some of the issues that we have downtown, and we moved funds from our budgeted support of the downtown tree lighting and New Year's Eve events to fund this grant program, and that will run until November 11th. Just yesterday, the businesses hosted, along with our councillor's office, the downtown cleanup. And for fall and winter, we're not slowing down. Tonight, we have our quarterly business mixer, and that's going to be held at Wildcard Cafe, and you guys are all welcome to show. Tomorrow morning, we have our monthly coffee talk with Susie Godfroy, our executive director, and that'll be at 9 a.m. at Segovia. Next week, on Wednesday, we have Ladies' Night Out. We've done this twice in the past, and we're doing it again next week as well as in November. Our fall and winter edition of the Discover Downtown magazine is going to print very soon. And the businesses will be sponsoring again a free pumpkin decorating station at the last farmers market of the year. We are currently in the planning stages for a Diwali activity as well as a Halloween event. And our Christmas plans are coming right along. For the third year in a row, we will be hosting Breakfast with Santa, and the proceeds for that event always go to regeneration, and they will again this year. Our carriage rides will be back. We've put a little twist on it this year, so Friday and Saturday there will be carriage rides, and on Sundays it'll be completely free for anyone who wants to come down, families, and there'll be wagon rides with special guests. This is a lot for our volunteer board to accomplish, in addition to running our businesses. But it's done with the love for downtown and this city, and with our sincerest wish for everyone to succeed. So with that, and in light of Councillor Medeiros' motion last week, we'd like to say thank you for your renewed support of downtown Brampton, and we look forward to the changes to come.
Thank you so much for that. There are no questions.
Okay.
Thank you so much. And so, Councillor Peleschi, would you like to move receipt? All in favor? Thanks so much. And so we're going to move, we've completed the delegations, and we're going to move to lunch now, where we have a working lunch, and we'll break for closed session. And so I'd say, just on the safe side, we come back at 1:30. I just had a discussion with a couple of councillors. They say, just in case the time goes longer, that everybody has an opportunity to be back at a set time.
So
Or you think it'll be quicker?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so are you recommending we recess till 1:30, or we actually recess to move into closed for members to get their lunch, and then we reconvene in closed in 10 minutes?
Okay, so we're not recessing, we're just going to close Dutch. Okay, so we'll meet in the committee room, and then we'll have the lunch there, but we're not recessing technically, right?
We recess from open session, so we
Right.
can reconvene in closed session.
Okay,
And
so-
members can get their lunch in the 10-minute interceding
Gotcha.
period.
Fair enough.
Can we have a break following closed session? So we can make that.
Councilor Medeiros? So we are back from closed session, and I'm going to call on the clerk to report the outcome.
So members of committee moved into closed session for 3 items. Item 13.1, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. As a result of closed session consideration, direction was given that a motion be considered in public, so the motion is listed below. It will require a mover, and then needs to be voted on publicly.
So the motion is on the board, moved by Councilor Peleschi. All in favor? Carries.
Thank you. The second, 13.2, item of position plan procedure criteria or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, and a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. That matter was considered in closed session, and direction was given to staff.
Yep. Moved by Councilor Medeiros. All in favor?
We don't need to move anything.
Nothing?
It was done in closed.
13.2, 13.3 need to be moved? No?
13.3, I'll just report out that it was considered in closed session, and for the reasons cited here, and direction was given to staff.
Okay,
So we can
fair
move on
enough.
to the next
Thank
item.
you. So we're going to move on in the agenda. Councilor Peleschi has to leave at 3. So we're going to try to get through this as quickly as possible. Where are we at? Yes, Councilor Williams.
Thank you. Just requesting the chair that we can move up item 8.2.3, oh no, sorry, 8.3.1, so we can deal with that quickly, seeing as the delegation was received prior to the in-camera session.
Okay, so otherwise on the agenda, we would be at economic development, but we will move 8.3.1 forward. So 8.3.1, you're on the board.
Okay. Thank you. So, I have a motion that I'm going to be bringing forward regarding opioids, and I'm just going to go right into it. I think Brampton really should do its part to participate in the class action lawsuit against makers of opioids in Canada. So as a city, we need to fight for the whole community, and we heard very well said by Regeneration that we have to take care of everyone, and including the people who suffer from mental health and addictions caused by the lack of supports in Brampton, people dealing with trauma. So while I was working with YSAP, which is a youth substance abuse program here in Brampton and downtown Brampton, I'll never forget working with a mom-to-be. She was 7 months pregnant, and she was using heroin to cope with the trauma of being sexually abused by an uncle who would babysit while her mom worked. And she came because she was really worried that now she's pregnant and has been clean during the pregnancy, but she's really worried about having to raise a child that could potentially be abused like her. Because as a mom, you're expected to protect your children, and she didn't feel protected when she was young. That is the type of trauma that many people are experiencing. And, when we have opioids available to our cities and to our individuals, whether it's they are dealing with the pain of trauma or physical pain, they're going to doctors, going to services, expecting to get support, but instead they're really getting a lot more trauma because opioids have such a high addiction rate. Opioid companies have marketed their drugs in order to make billions, while families in Brampton lose everything. Opioid crisis has affected every city in Canada and Brampton, and we're not immune to it. Like, if you look at the 410 on Monday, the shooting and the gang violence that we're seeing, what are gangs' major revenue source? Drugs. Marijuana is now legal, so now they have to find other sources of revenue. There's been an increase in opioids through the black market. We do know that 60% of the homicides here in Peel are gang-related. So we have an issue here. And even our own security in the city of Brampton has had to deal with overdoses in our downtown area. We have Chinguacousy Library has a needle box in the bathroom because there has been needles in the garbages. Staff have to be trained on how to deal with needles. This is impacting our city, and it's impacting our residents, and it's making it difficult for residents to really enjoy the great things the city has to offer. So there are billions of dollars at stake, and Brampton needs to get its fair share. My motion is asking the city to calculate the cost of opioid crisis so that we know the amount that should flow back to Brampton and families affected by this crisis. Brampton is ideally suited to provide evidence about financial, social, and economic costs of what the pharmaceuticals companies have done, and we have the ability to find those costs. I'm not saying that this is going to be the entire solution that's going to help us, but the drug companies need to be held accountable. They made billions of dollars off the misery of others, and they should pay for what they've done, not us, the taxpayers. So my motion is to ask for a report on how Brampton can seek legal status so that we can explain to the courts how devastating the opioid crisis is for Canada's 9th largest city. The cost to individuals, families, neighbors, and the city has been overwhelming. So I'm going to just go through the motion. Whereas the opioid crisis is a complex health issue and has led to the significant increase in opioid-related overdoses. Whereas Public Health Ontario reports that 564 people have died due to opioids in the period from 2005 to 2018, exclusive in Brampton, Caledon, and Mississauga, and over 11,000 people have died from opioid overdoses in Canada during this period. Whereas many Brampton families have lost loved ones to addiction and overdose, and taxpayers have had to shoulder the financial and social burden of opioid addiction. Whereas a class action suit has been commenced by the province of British Columbia against 40 pharmaceutical companies that make and supply opioids in Canada. And whereas the province of Ontario introduced legislation to support Ontario's participation in the national class action lawsuit commenced by the province of British Columbia. Therefore, be it resolved that the city staff be directed to investigate the costs incurred by the city of Brampton associated with the use of opioids, included but not limited to fire and emergency services, security personnel, property damage, staff trainings, and lost sick days. 2, that the city staff be directed to investigate and report back to council regarding the possibility of participating directly or indirectly in the class action commenced by the province of British Columbia, and that the council of the Corporation of Brampton request that the Region of Peel investigate the possibility of participating in the class action commenced by the province of British Columbia on behalf of all Peel Region residents. And I want to thank the CAO, City Solicitor Diana, Paul Morrison, and Jason Ketty for sharing some of the experiences that they've had in the city dealing with this and providing their input. And, this is an opportunity, and I really hope that we can support a report to come back so we can further discuss this. Right now, the St. Catharines is currently looking into this, and the region of Niagara is currently looking into this as well. So it would be great to see Brampton on this side of town lead the charge and encourage the region to do it so as well. So thank you.
So the motion is on the floor. Councilor Fleschy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, I'm happy to support this motion going forward, because all we're really saying is, we want to investigate the possibilities. From my understanding, some of those data, some of those numbers have been shared and are being shared with the region, and we all know that opioids are a serious concern, not just at the region, but here at the local municipality. I think I indirectly gave support or set the groundwork at the region last week when Councillor Santos had talked about the funding that the region gets on behalf of Brampton opting into to allow retail stores for cannabis. And I really talked about the money that's being spent not just at the region but by the local municipality. So there's a lot of money that's going out there. This is a serious issue. We know that the opioid epidemic is worldwide, and the light has been shone on this problem. So if we're not there trying to say, hey, you put us in this situation, we need to recoup some of those costs, just by way of, like it says here, directly or indirectly joining the class action, I'll support that. Because if there's an opportunity to help, and there's an opportunity to possibly get some funding to put into this epidemic so that we can stop this in its tracks, because it needs to be stopped. It's a serious issue. And as for the motion that's before us, it's simply requesting staff come back to give us the opportunities. So that's why I'm fully prepared to support it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Medeiros.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, I have mixed feelings with the motion. I will support, I guess, us investigating it. From what Councillor Williams has said, she's done her due diligence, spoke with our bylaw officer, and spoke with legal. And I guess my issue is, this is again one of these issues. The region runs this and is responsible for this issue from City of Brampton, as far as I'm aware, does not have drug awareness programs, does not have those social interventions. So the cost to the city, unless it's fire and so on, and if we were to recoup any money, we're not going to start delivering those programs. It would be at the region, because that's the appropriate. So again, so this is, I find, and this is just a general commentary, is that we start blurring the lines, and maybe in November that, with the provincial government announcement, this might be the appropriate place. So, and that's kind of why I will support this, but always with the caution. I think we spend too much time on issues that don't directly relate to our mandate. And, and I say this respectfully, these are the issues. If someone wants to delegate, be it, if you're not the regional councillor, you have every opportunity as a public citizen to go to the region, delegate accordingly, raise the issue there, request at the region. But again, I think it's just, we're blurring the lines of what the mandate is. We don't have education programs. We don't have social programs here. And what the province has stated is that any monies that they would recoup would be invested back into mental health. So what, the city of Brampton's going to receive that money and then after send it back to the region? Like, so I think in practicality, I think the spirit is good. I know the heart's in the right place. I just, again, think this is not the appropriate table to have this discussion. The appropriate table is at the region. So, and we've discussed it there. And as far as I know, the region nor any councillor has raised us joining because we still haven't had to see what Ontario. So again, I just find that we're spending too much time on issues that are not directly related to our core mandate. So now staff's going to go off with all the work that we have to do, start doing investigation, what costs relate to the city, how can you determine there's a cost, I guess fire, when they go into a house and if there is a call related to opioids, I'm not sure if that's one of the questions that you ask. Someone who's on the floor sick or so on, do you say, you know, is it related to opioids? I don't know.
Through the chair, it's hard to determine sometimes, and we do recover our naloxone that we provide for any overdoses. We recover that cost through the region, but it's I would say it's minimal in how many times per year we use naloxone. But we aren't able to determine, you know, the exact diagnosis of that patient.
So again, I will go through this. I will support this, but you know, I just think again we're spinning our wheels on issues that are. This is not the right table. And I just think there has to be some discipline and some knowledge about where these conversations should be held. And I could have pie in my face because as of November, maybe this is the right table after. So who knows? So in that spirit, I will support this. But again, I just think these issues are not supposed to be here. And we take up too much valuable time of our staff and of what we're here to do.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair. I just have a couple of real quick questions, and hopefully a friendly amendment if Councillor Williams wants to consider that. I'm just wondering, is there a cost to join a class action lawsuit?
Report back in closed session about it, but on this point, typically, if you're joining a class, the class is represented by a law firm that typically acts on a contingency. Well, they do act on a contingency basis. The representative plaintiff is typically the one that is at risk of being subject to costs. But I will report more fully on specific class actions that are pending in relation to this topic.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to add, just to item number 2, the staff be directed to investigate and report back to council regarding the possibility of participating directly or indirectly and the costs involved in the class action commenced. If that's acceptable to Councillor Williams.
Oh. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, if I would accept it as a friendly. I know we had discussed that topic, it was going to happen anyway, but if you would like to see it there, I'll accept it as a friendly.
Okay, thank you. And just one other question. Do we know, and I'm not at the region, so maybe the regional councillors know this, maybe it's common knowledge, of the number of deaths in Peel attributed to overdose and opioids. Do we know if those were opioids prescribed by a doctor or if those were opioids that were bought off market and manufactured, if they're fentanyl or anything like that? Do we know those numbers of?
I guess I'll take that one. The answer is I don't know the answer to that question. I think it was Councillor Williams who identified the statistics that you see there on the screen. So I don't have anything more to provide you. And should anything should I discover anything through the course of investigating the report, I'll certainly provide that.
And I will comment and say no, because an overdose, when they say the drug that was found in the body was oxycontin or high levels of fentanyl, whatever may have you, it's difficult to get unless you have a verbal admittance from a family saying they were getting it prescribed, it's difficult to get that.
Okay, and that-
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, but I just wanted to know that because the class action lawsuit is against pharmaceutical companies, and if it's determined that there are other means or other ways of getting that, I don't know if we need to be looking at that as well, so, but I'll leave that up to you. Thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Okay, first of all, let me say thank you to Councillor Williams for trying to highlight the struggles we have with opioid deaths in our community and across Canada. I think this is a helpful symbolic gesture, and we have had a history of wanting to be on the right side of history. You look at Bill 21, where we wanted to have a gesture of support against what was happening in Quebec, and if you'll notice, more recently in the federal election, everyone's talking about it now, but we were talking about it, frankly, we were the first municipality to talk about how this was an attack on religious freedom. From that experience, though, there are some lessons to be learned. And so I would say, first of all, these court cases take a long time. So you could see a case like this 5 years, even longer. So in terms of what entity that is, Councilor Medeiros is right, that may change in November. If there is no region, we may have that responsibility. And so by the time the staff report comes back, we're going to know whether it's appropriate jurisdiction of who should be taking on this. Secondly, in the report, I'd like to see, in terms of we don't have any redundancy, so the Ontario government did join the lawsuit on behalf of Ontario residents. We're all Ontario residents, and so we are part of this lawsuit right now. And it started because of an Oklahoma decision in the U.S. Now, the award in the U.S. I think was $500+ million. Awards in the U.S. are always much larger than Canada. The awards are very small. Sometimes the legal cost in Canada are much larger than the actual awards. And so just be mindful of that, so we don't get anyone expecting a similar award that we saw in the U.S. That doesn't happen here. It doesn't happen in Canada. But just because of the symbolic support, I want to be supportive, even if it doesn't mean a monetary benefit to the city. Being on the right side of history is important, and holding these companies accountable for not having the best interest of Canadians in hand is helpful. I do want to flag one thing. I like to add it as a friendly motion, that we see if our participation is welcomed by those pursuing the lawsuits, the British Columbia and the Ontario governments, if they want us to be in intervener status. Because sometimes, I know the intention here is with the best of heart, but sometimes we can cause delays. This is already a very long process, and we don't want to do anything that would mean that those victims of this negligence would have to wait longer. And so if too many parties come into a legal proceeding, we can actually slow down their justice. And I know Councillor Williams would never want to do that, and no one here would want to do that. And so let's seek, would our participation be welcome, or would it be redundant? And how we can be supportive. I'll give you an example. With the Bill 21, I originally talked about intervener status, and they said, please don't. They said your symbolic support, your financial contribution, helping us in the media is helpful, but they didn't want us to slow down the process, and they didn't want us to muddy the waters. And so we worked with them. They were here, and we've got a great, and we've been supporting them in the ways we can. And so I think going to the British Columbia and Ontario governments and saying, would our participation be welcome? How can we be supportive? And maybe it's a monetary contribution, maybe it's symbolic support, but I don't want to do anything that would delay justice for the victims of this travesty. And so if we could take that as a friendly amendment, number 4, that we ask if our participation would be beneficial. Yeah.
So with that, the amendment by Mayor Brown preclude those, and so if successful, we move on to the next steps? Sorry, if we feel that our participation...
It could just be included in the staff report, whether our participation is welcome.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is all investigative for staff, and no action would be taken unless council authorizes it through a future staff report.
So the reason what I'm saying is even just to save staff time, if they feel that their participation is beneficial, do they need to do 1, 2, 3, is what I'm saying. They can come back and report to say, you know what,
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps I'll start that this is only asking for staff to report back. The report back could be say, yes, there's benefits to participating. Both provinces are willing for the city to participate, or they may say that both provinces have it well in hand and the city can watch and observe and see the outcome.
fair enough. Councilor Willens.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I'm okay with the motion now, but I do want to state the fact that it seems like more and more meetings, we're going off track, and I agree with Councilor Medeiros. There's right place, right time for some things, and we don't seem to be sticking on track of our 6 priorities or 7 priorities that we've had set forth last term of council. We worked pretty hard getting priorities we wanted in place to staff to look at, and it seems like every meeting we go to, we seem to be drifting away from our priorities. So I'm happy to support this. I think it's good that we should be at the forefront and recognize this is a big issue across the province, across the country. But I think as a city of Brampton, we should start looking at some of our priorities so we won't get things done. Thank you.
Councilor Williams.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I just have a question. How many phone calls have been made to security in the past 3-4 weeks to address drug-related activity in the downtown? Do we have that number?
Through the chair, I do not have that number offhand, but I'm certain we can get that number for you, and we can certainly incorporate into the information report that will come back sort of a summary of what we're finding, some problematic areas within the city of Brampton. We can provide that information.
Okay. So in my quest just to get information, I do know in the last 2 weeks there are about 10 calls, and one as early as this morning, and that staff time having to go out and be with the person until 911 is called. That's staff having to be trained to understand how to manage a situation like that. So who incurs those costs specifically to staff time?
Through the chair, ultimately it's the taxpayer that incurs that cost. If it's staff time and we're paying for that salary to be there and doing that, it's ultimately the taxpayer.
Yeah, for the city of Brampton.
Correct.
Thank you.
So there's no other questions, sorry, no other speakers, but I will say that I do commend Councilor Williams for bringing this motion forward. We're going at this from a city perspective. You know, there's always overlap in our priorities. Doesn't, you know, to say that this is not our priority, I think that's false. It absolutely is when we're talking about the health of our residents. When we talk about security of the city, we don't just say, let the Peel Police handle it. We do our part. And so I think with this, we're doing our due diligence, doing our part. And so I want to thank Councilor Williams. And so recorded vote has been requested and the motion is on the board.
All those in favor of the motion, please stand to be counted. Showing in favor is Mayor Brown, Councilor Williams, Councilor Medeiros, Chair Dillon, Councilor Bowman, Councilor Paleshi, Councilor Willens. Mr. Chair, the motion carries unanimously 7-0.
Thank you. So 8.3 was brought forward. We have economic development and culture section, and so 7.2 is a recommendation for a proposal for municipal fireworks display. If it's the will of, I know Mayor Brown is on the board, but just even before that, if there's a will to refer this to council, I know Councilor. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's some. I think if we refer it to council, we can have a conversation about that. I know Councilor Singh had some issues he wanted to bring forward, and so I guess we can decide that on Wednesday. So moved referral. Sorry, Mayor Brown, you want to move referral to council, the next council meeting? You want to get on the board? Nope. Oh, so all in favor? So that carries So 7.2 will be referred to next council meeting. So 7.3, I don't believe there's any new business. I don't believe there's an update on any post-secondary matters, other than there's a meeting right now that some councillors are attending with one of the universities. No correspondence. Councillors' question period. Anybody have any questions? None. Public question period. Does anybody have any questions about any economic development and culture section matter? Seeing none. Since Councillor Singh is not here, and I believe Councillor Santos is Vice Chair of Corporate Services Section, we'll just keep rolling here. 8.1 was brought forward earlier. 8.2 was as well. 8.2 and 8.3 are in consent. 8.2.4, I believe the mayor wanted to speak on this. Mayor Brown.
So I have a motion that seeks some additional, an additional look at this. If we could get the clerk to put it on the, was this the wording that I sent?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes.
Yeah. Reporting to Mayor and Council. Just to say, I want to make sure, we have some projects that have been on the books since 2006. The cost of a project in 2006 dollars, if that tender had gone out in 2006 compared to what we'd have to pay for it now, obviously we're going to have to pay significantly more in today's dollars. And so we've got a lot of projects that have been pending, that have had council approval, that just we're significantly behind on. And so I think this is worth having a look at where things have broken down, and we can do this quickly. Councillor Vicente, who's not here, had said once this comes back, maybe we could even look at having a staff member with a management responsibility for looking at all these motions that have been passed in tenders and capital works, to make sure that we don't have projects that have been waiting 13 years. There's an expectation that when we spend something in a budget cycle, that it's not going to be delayed for more than a decade.
Councillor Palashi.
You're done?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So typically whenever I see external auditor, I think we have a really good auditor here in-house that reports directly to the mayor and to council. I think I understand what the mayor's, what you're trying to do here, and you know, respecting tax dollars is a major concern and should be a priority for council. So that being said, I know that, you know, you want to look at this and you want to look at it as quickly as possible to make any necessary decisions that we seem fit. And currently our internal auditor currently is extremely busy, and I think she's finally at full complement in her office. I'm not sure yet. She hasn't been for a long time. I would rather see her take on this initiative going ahead. But that being said, if there's somewhat of a time constraint, then who are you recommending?
Well, I was thinking probably the auditor record for the city, which I think is KPMG, but if they're not available, we would look at a backup.
Okay, so I think I can support that, but going, you know, after this process, I think, you know, if we need somebody here that's managing this at the City of Brampton, then it is that internal auditor here at the City of Brampton, that it needs to be under her portfolio, where it's, you know, she directly reports to members of council and to the mayor, so I see her as that best fit, our own internal auditor. So I'm happy to support this to, I guess, it's going to come back with recommendations to council next week, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I have a quick question. These outstanding projects, I believe to Al, have we had I believe we had a workshop last, if I'm not mistaken, last term of council, going over all of the projects that we have, which ones are delayed, which ones haven't been started yet, is that correct?
Through the chair, so this is an ongoing challenge that we've had where oftentimes the nature of a capital project, it takes multiple years. When you see projects that have been open and some outstanding balances for a decade or longer, it isn't that the project hasn't started. It's typically the project hasn't closed yet and there's some residual funding. That residual funding could be as a result of an outstanding litigation. It could be some issues with the contractor. It could be that the project has had some top-up funding over the previous years and that original capital project continues to stay open. But I mean, we certainly support, if it's council's desire to bring in an extra set of eyes, to bring some additional clarity to our capital budgeting process and the process that we're doing in terms of managing our capital projects, that's fine. You are correct, Councillor Dillon. Staff have brought various updates to various councils over the last few years in regards to the capital budget process and giving you a status update on various projects and where they're at. But we can certainly, we're open to this, and if it's the will of council, we can certainly bring someone in to give you an extra set of eyes and ears and give you an update on where we're at and confirm whether our processes are accurate and good or not.
Are there any of these projects that have not commenced that have been it's been a significant time, for example, like maybe even a few years?
So through the chair, I don't have the specifics in front of me, but it would not be uncommon for council to approve a capital project and it take a year or 2 or 3 to get started. Oftentimes when a capital project is commenced, you're waiting on things like utility relocation, you're waiting on environmental assessments being completed, all those types of things that are part of a capital budget and a capital project. Staff have refined our capital budgeting process over the last few years. It used to be years ago that this council would approve a capital project when it was basically still a concept. And then staff would then start the process of validating all that and going forward. And oftentimes it would take 2 or 3 years before a capital project would actually get started and you'd start to see funds expensed. What we're at the point now is we're actually divvying up a lot of those capital projects into phases. Staff will come, for example, on a building project. Staff will come year 1 and ask for funding for the design component, which is often a small component of the overall cost. And then we'll come back a subsequent year for the actual construction component. And that's actually helped alleviate some of the pressures where you've got funding outstanding and sitting open for multiple years. So we're continuing to refine that with our finance team in terms of the process that we're following in terms of capital budgeting. And so that's just the reality. Unlike an operating budget where you spend it in the given year that it's approved, if not, it's returned. With a capital budget, it's not uncommon for a capital project and a capital budget to be open for multiple years.
Is it common practice, or has there ever been an opportunity for council to look back and deem whether some of these projects are worthy or not, or have an opportunity to perhaps even cancel a project that might not fit into this particular council, the current council's goals and objectives? And would a workshop, for example, be that type of forum for them to do that?
So through the chair, I believe staff do that now on a regular basis. So if for example, an open capital project has not had any commitments, has not had any costs associated to it, remains open, and council's priorities have changed, staff will often bring reports forward to council for consideration. We'll move some monies around and reprioritize those projects, or we'll actually return the funding back to source, and then we'll come back to council as well in terms of looking for new council priorities and new budgeting. So it is done on a regular basis.
So last question, the allocation of that capital is done in the year it was approved and not any other subsequent year. For example, 2016 it was approved, it was taken from that budget. We might be in 2019 now. We're not using necessarily any 2019 budget monies, is that correct?
So, through the chair, so if a capital project was approved in 2016, it is a 2016 capital project, and it's captured in that given year. There are budgets and projects where, depending on the necessity of the project, depending on what's happened, oftentimes staff will come back in 17 or 18 and ask for top-up funding for that project, but whenever the actual capital project is approved in that given year, that's where it's recorded and that's where that stays. So there isn't sort of moving things around from year to year. If it's approved in 16, it'll always show as a 16 project. If we approve top-up funding in 19, it'll show as a 19 top-up to that project.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So we do have a couple more speakers. Councilor Willens.
Thank you, through the chair. I know the intent of the mayor's motion. I'm just wondering, maybe try to keep the cost down. Maybe we can look back and because obviously the ones from 2016, 2017 up to 2019, in my mind, they're fairly current. But I agree, some of these ones have been on here for quite a while. Maybe we should just have them look at those ones if the mayor is acceptable to that, because it's more the ones that are back. Don't have questions now, but I'm wondering why something's still on here, 10 years later. So maybe to condense it a little bit. If we get an outside auditor to look at it, it might be a little bit easier, and maybe you could work with maybe the mayor's staff to look at those to see which ones still are priority. Some of them, the money that's left over may just be money that's not going to be applied to the project anyway. So maybe that's something we can look at.
I defer to the mayor. From staff's perspective, we can certainly look at all of it. There's nothing to hide. There's all full transparency. So if it's something that this council would like additional clarity in terms of the budgeting process and get some answers to some of the questions, we're fine with that.
Okay, look, I'm just trying to think of for the essence of time that they want this to come back and just to look at maybe easier to do it for the ones that are older rather than the current ones.
So let's get you on the board real quick. Go on.
I would just say I would take that as a friendly amendment, that pre-2016 projects, as Councillor Willens said. Councillor Dillon mentioned, asked some questions I think were relevant. He was asking how many of these projects have actually been on the books that long. I see on the list there's projects from 2007, 2008, 2010, parks, buildings, roads. So what it would cost in 2007, and this is what Al was speaking about in terms of top-up funding. One thing that I think frustrates residents sometimes is when you see cost overruns on government projects that would not be accepted in the same light in the private sector. And I just want to make sure we get a handle on this. And maybe everything's perfect and it's not worth an extra set of eyes, but I think we're doing our due diligence here to make sure that we can justify every cost overrun. Construction costs always go one direction. They go up. And if it's taking us too long, our residents are paying. And in an era of fiscal discipline, I just think we need to take a little bit of extra diligence on this one, because when I see 2007, 2008, 2010, it gives me pause for concern. So I appreciate Council's indulgence on this, and I fully support the friendly amendment from Councillor Willens.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions. This essentially is leaving staff and KPMG 40 days to come up with a term of reference, to retain them, to negotiate with them to do all this, and then to look at all these projects, including the planning and budgeting of each of the projects. I'm not a genius, but I don't know if that could be done in 40 days and have a complete answer to what we're looking for in terms of, was this properly done? Was the proper procedure followed? Is there any recommendations on implementing different procedures? Is there, it just seems like a massive project to me to come back within a 40-day time period to us, and I'm just wondering if this is doable or not.
So perhaps through you, Mr. Chair, I could start. I just want to get clarification, because the way the motion is currently worded is asking staff to come back with terms of reference to retain an external auditor and report back on that in October for council's review and decision. Unless the will of committee is to make a decision today to engage company X and proceed. But the way that this is worded right now says do the terms of reference and report back on those terms of reference for future deliberation.
Okay, because maybe I'm hearing it wrong, but I thought I understood this as we want a report to come back on all those outstanding projects. Just a terms of reference for this. Okay, if it's just a terms of reference, I'm just wondering why our own internal auditor, Farouzen, could not come up with a terms of reference for this. Why we need to go to an outside agency to get just a simple terms of reference. Yeah.
Yep, I'm just gonna get you on board. Go ahead, Mayor Brown.
We're not going to, we're having our staff say these are the list of projects that need to be looked at, and then it goes to, so Farouzen could be involved in that. And so we're just coming up with the terms of reference. These are the projects pre-2016 we're going to look at. Council, this is the firm available. If right now we don't know who's available, and then it comes back to us just to give our agreement to, and then they start, and hopefully we give them a time period that they can achieve this in. Right now we don't even know. If we go and do the initial work, they may say it takes us 3 months. It takes us 30 days. We don't know. That's why it comes back to council again.
Okay, because I've always considered when we were looking at terms of reference that we're also outlining what they're going to do, how long they're going to do it, how long it's going to take, and the process they're going to use to determine who they're going to speak to on staff to determine how all these things went the way they did. And to me, it just seems massive. But if it's simple terms of reference you're looking at, I like I said, I really don't know why our own internal audit staff can't be involved in that. And maybe we should get them to come to council and put their 2 cents in. I don't know, rather than going to an outside group immediately. But thank you.
Mayor Brown, you're still on the board. Do you want to respond? Are you okay?
Well, just to say they could be involved in setting the terms of reference. This is just to set the terms of reference, and then it comes back to council. We're not going to external yet.
Okay, so there's no other speakers, and the motion is on the board. Moved by Mayor Brown. All in favor? That carries.
So, Mr. Chair, just I want to remind committee that there are staff recommendations associated with this report, 8.2.4. So those need to be considered as well.
Okay, can you get them on the board?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the mayor's motion was to initiate work to prepare terms of reference for doing a review of the balance of the capital projects, but there is still staff recommendations here about some, I believe it's transfer of funds from reserves for current capital projects.
Yep. So we can, if they're asking for that recommendation today, but I think this speaks to what I was saying, that there's, top-up funding constantly being asked for, and so it's nice for council to know when what the cost presented to us should be the cost that we spend in then.
So are you holding this? Or?
No, I don't want to delay further. So I think we can do both at the same time.
Okay, so the motion is on the board, the recommendations for 8.2.4. All in favor? That carries. We dealt with 8.3.1. Sorry, 8.2. Oh, sorry, it's 8.2.5 still. Mayor Brown, I believe you wanted to discuss this.
Am I on the board? It was actually Councillor Singh that wanted to hold this one. Just it appears to be a good news story that right now this year, thanks to the good work of our leadership team, we are $7 million. We have a $7 million surplus at this point in this year's budget. So that's we're heading in the right direction. I just want to say that's appreciate everyone's hard work.
Thank you. And so 8.2.5 is here for receipt. Moved by Mayor Brown. All in favor? That is carried. We're moving on to other new business. 8.3 opioids was discussed. There was a motion passed, which was from Councillor Williams. 8.4, there's no correspondence. So there was an added item for 8.3.2 for FCM. Essentially what it was, I sent a note out to everybody. It was to discuss the appetite for Brampton to host an FCM event. They have their Sustainable Communities Conference, there's the Board of Directors Conference, and there is the actual AGM as well. Due to time, I don't know. Yeah, so what we can do is we can refer it to council. It's not, I'll move that. Essentially, it's just to see what the appetite is for staff to give us a little background on what the benefits could be, and if need be, we could have them report back as well. So I'll move. 2, 3, 4. Can't move it? Do you want to move it? Okay, moved by Councilor Pleshy to refer to the next council meeting. All in favor? That carries. Councilors' question period. Any questions from councilors? Seeing none. Public question period is a 5-minute limit. Does anybody have questions from the public? Nope. Okay. Since Councilor Vicente is the chair and Councilor Pertini is the vice chair of Public Works, we're going to continue on. There's no staff presentations. 9.2.1 was in consent. 9.2.2 was pulled by Councilor Singh, and since he's not here, I'm going to move the motion. So the motion, sorry, there's a staff report rather, sorry. Recommending stop sign be removed. Councilor Singh and I have been to this area. We feel that it's very beneficial that we have this stop sign here. It's controlled traffic. There's a lot of kids crossing over the other side of the street, and we feel that we want to keep this here permanently. So can you word it in a way so that we can move keeping this stop sign here permanently? What do we need to do to this recommendation?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. So the staff are recommending not installing the permanent always stop and reassigning the right-of-way, and there'd be a temporary always stop. So your recommendation...
I want to move a motion to keep it permanent there.
To the chair, with respect to our recommendation, the stop signal, or the stop signs right now is on the north-south road, and the recommendation is to move it to the east-west road. With respect to an all-way stop, is that what you're considering?
It's an all-way stop there now.
And there's not an all-way stop, it's just a single movement stop.
Can you explain it to me real quick?
So currently, right now, there's a stop control on the north-south leg of
which is sugarcane.
Which is sugarcane, and the suggestion from staff is to move it to the east-west to control that, because there's more traffic going north-south than there is east-west.
So what we'll do is we'll get Councilor Singh had asked me to move it, so we'll get more information from him. We'll just refer it down to council. Okay, so Councilor Fleshy, can you move it? Refer to motion to refer to council. Okay, all in favor? Carries. 9.2.3, I believe. Councilor Bowman? Councilor Fleshy, yep, Councilor Fleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when we're talking about traffic calming, the program, and it's referenced in here about Richvale, I think we are all aware of some of the issues that we had with Richvale. But currently, what I'm finding is that people are already starting to get used to these islands in this kind, the pretending of the narrowing lanes, because we've moved the lines in a little bit. Additionally, the signs that are now in the middle of the lane to go around the island have, I think every single one of them has been hit. They're all, I don't know if they're hit or just installed on an angle. It kind of looks like they might have been installed on an angle, but I'm not sure if they were hit or not. I think going forward, when we're talking about traffic calming measures, we I guess the start of this conversation and trying to get people to slow down is to make them feel uncomfortable. If they feel uncomfortable on the roadways, if it's narrow, if they're having to go around islands, the prediction is, and I guess it's proven from across the pond, that they slow down a little bit. What I think I'm seeing is because specifically on Richvale, they use it as a cut through to get away from Kennedy and Sandalwood because that intersection's backed up. So I think we need to look at this on a go-forward basis to say if we're trying to get people to be uncomfortable, then it needs to be something that's ever changing. Or we need to say to people by either directly putting a stop sign in front of them or a speed hump in front of them that they're going to slow down. So I'm not sure what the answer is here, but what I'm noticing is people are starting to get used to it. They're starting to speed up again. We did notice that and we're only talking a few weeks, right? That they've been there. So that's what I'm seeing. That's what some residents are seeing. So going forward, when you're looking at doing this in other locations, I think we need to keep that into consideration. And additionally, now these signs that are all on an angle. But some of them I straightened out, put a shim in one of them because if it looked like the bus had hit it because it was on an angle, and then the bus hit it. So it's kind of straightened up a little bit now. So, but something needs to be done about those as well. And then we all know about some of the other issues that we had. Councilor Bowman.
Councilor Bowman.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair. It's probably one of the biggest concerns and biggest problems that we hear about nowadays is traffic calming measures on all our streets, on all our wards. So I would like to defer this till October 2nd because it's a pretty in-depth report. So I'd like to have a much closer look at the streets, what the traffic calming is, has it worked, and so I would like to defer that to October 2nd.
Councilor Pelletier, back on the board.
Chair, a deferral motion is moved, so once it's placed.
Sorry. Give me 1 sec. I believe you're speaking to his deferral.
Yes, it cannot be debated, and the vote must be taken immediately.
Can I hold the referral till Councilor Pelletier speaks?
Do you want to speak, Councilor Pelletier?
I just want to add something. If we're it sounds like we're referring it right to next committee.
Deferring it to next committee.
Sounds like a referral.
Through you, Mr. Chair, a deferral is postponement to the next committee, so it was properly moved. A referral is referring it to some other body or staff for further action.
Okay, so I'm now talking about it being referred possibly then, because what I'd like to do is, and if Councillor Bowman is holding his deferral, we have opportunities now we have a little gizmo, I don't know what they're called, but they're tracking speed of vehicles. They're tracking the amount of vehicles. There's something small. We're putting it up there. Can we, until this report comes back, can we get this on Richvale to do somewhat of a count if we don't have it up already, and then that can come back? So I am asking for it to be referred back to staff to do this work for it to come back to the October committee meeting.
Are we talking just that one street, or are we talking the entire report?
We only have so many of those doohickeys.
I'm just wondering whether that can be taken as direction, continue with the deferral, but if they can take that as direction, come back with just that one finding.
Sorry, can we get the clerk to chime in?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so a motion's been moved and then withdrawn, so there technically is no motion on the floor, but a deferral motion can be moved with conditions that allows the matter to be postponed and also has conditions for staff to do something in the interceding period. But we need a motion first.
That's the motion.
So,
okay. I'll move deferral with direction that staff look at the one particular intersection on Richvale.
And through you, Mr. Chair, that's fine. I think for the purpose of the minutes, we need to understand what a doohickey is because I'm not clear what that is.
The traffic counter and speed monitor.
What are they called? It's a speed detecting device.
Yeah. You want that to get brought back to this October 2nd council meeting, or
I wanted it to come back in the.
Mike, you get it clear?
Yeah.
Do we got all the information, or?
So the motion would be to defer this report to the October 2nd Committee of Council, and that staff, in the interceding period, do the necessary work to have this speed monitoring at that particular street or intersection, and report those findings back, if possible, to that meeting.
Yes. All in favor of deferral and doohickeys? Carries. So, 9.2.3 is done. 9.2.4. Does anybody want to refer this, I believe? Because, yeah, the climate, no, it wasn't in consent. So I'd like to refer this for further discussion. No, it wasn't, because we had, no.
The mayor had a comment on it, that's why it wasn't moved in consent.
Right, and so I know Councilor Singh wants a conversation on this as well, so, because I think Councilor Plushy has to leave in about 2 minutes, right?
Refer to next council.
Okay, so moved by Councilor Plushy to refer to next council. All in favor? That carries. So, so traffic concerns with 410 collision?
10 seconds.
Yep. Councilor Plushy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given the shooting that happened on the 410, there was a serious issue of all the north and southbound traffic with the closure of the 410. Our roads are kind of designed the way the street lights are, is a lot of the traffic is going east and west. When something like this happens, can we not flip a switch to say, you know, those north and southbounds? I thought we had kind of smart sensors. I asked staff to report back in a future meeting on how we can achieve in a crisis like this situation, what can be done at the City of Brampton to avoid such a traffic nightmare that happened Monday morning. So I refer that, I ask for staff to bring a report back.
The doohickey switch.
On the doohickey switch.
Okay, so, Peter, you got that?
I think we have it. I don't personally have it, but I think we have it.
Okay, so does everybody know what we're voting on? The referral? Because I don't. Sorry, can you just clarify real quick, Councilor Plushy? Just so what the referral was?
So I asked staff to report back on the lighting signalization. We have control, we have smart lighting implemented. We've implemented it not too long ago. Mike Parks can clarify on when a crisis like this happens in a certain area or major roadway is closed, what can be done? And I ask staff to report back on that.
Gotcha, thank you. Councilor Willens.
Just in regards to 9.2.4, sorry, you've referred this to the next committee?
Council.
Or council?
Yep.
Okay, I'm leaving for holidays, and since I'm the council that's on the SERP and the climate action plan,
So let's
I won't be
finish
here,
this.
I won't be here for the two.
Yeah, but let's
two
finish
meetings.
this topic and then we'll come back as soon as that's done.
Okay.
Right? So there's no other speakers. There's a referral on the floor. All in favor? That carries. Councilor Willens.
Okay, what I'll do then, I'll clarify with Councilor Vicente and the mayor, I believe, had questions on this.
Yeah, I think Councilor Singh and I had some comments on it as well.
Okay, because I'm happy with the report and move the report, but since I've been the one working on this, I'd like to know, maybe can we refer this till I get back?
When are you back?
Is it gonna, let me ask Michael one, was it going to impact, is there any pressing issues? I know we're putting a thing in, but that comes in November, I think, for the Covenant of Mayors.
Through the chair, this was just an update with respect to what we're doing in regards to the SERP, the Institute for Sustainable Brampton, and as well as trying to join the governance of all of mayors for climate change. But it was just an information update.
Okay, as long as it's an update and you're not going to try and change the staff's direction, I'm okay, then I won't bother, but
Just questions and clarification.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so the next 10.2.1 we dealt with. 10.2.2 is in consent. 10.2.3 is in consent. 10.3.1. How much time do you got, House Flush? How much time do we need for this?
It's a presentation,
Presentation?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so this item was listed as a discussion item at the request of Councillor Williams. As I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, staff have prepared a presentation based on work that staff are doing for a 2019 youth engagement event, and there's a short presentation on that event.
How many minutes will it be? Yeah. So are you moving that it be referred to council, next council meeting? For next council. So moved by Councillor Williams to be referred to the next council. All in favor? That carries. So 10.4 is no correspondence. Councillor question period. Are there any questions? Seeing none, public question period. Does any member of the public have any questions? Nope. Referred matters list. We need to move receipt. Okay. Councillor Medeiros moves it. All in favor? That carries. So public question period. There's a 15-minute limit regarding any decision made at this meeting. Does anybody have any questions? Seeing none? Okay. So do we got to talk about closed session? Okay, motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Williams. Carries. See you guys next week.